makes him so special is that he's considered the founder of of what you call modern management. He has put things together that were already there in some ways, some ideas about management and entrepreneurship and innovation have already been emerging. But really to put it in a system, to make it teachable, researchable, learnable in a better way, that was Peter Drucker's big contribution. So in this sense, he has made a fundamental contribution. Now, as Katrina has mentioned, he was born 1909, so quite a while ago. And I think the question can be rightly asked, is he still relevant? Are the ideas that he has put together and he has developed are still relevant? So you won't be surprised when my answer as the president of the Global Peter Drucker Forum is yes, a resounding yes. But let me tell you, I'm not just saying it because of a sort of self-serving interest. I was looking recently in one of these statistics where you can see who are the management thinkers who are mostly cited today still. And you get it on a nice curve. And this curve clearly showed that Peter Drucker is still by far number one. He's still far ahead. So he's important in terms of how he's used, that he's cited in literature, that he's cited at conferences. And so I think there are fundamental things that he said that are absolutely relevant. And let me just categorize it in a way for you, in a simple way, but I think it's an effective way. You can look at management by looking at the what of management, what are the theories, the concepts. You can look at the how do you implement it? How do you make it work? And then you look at the why. What is really the fundamental role of management? And I think his sort of legacy is, of course, very much in the what, but even more in the why. And the why tells you about what management really does for society. It's more, it has a purpose that is, of course, focused on specific objectives, but it's a contribution to society. And one of these fundamental ideas that Peter Drucker brought is that society needs to function. And how do you make society function? How can you make it work? And to make it work, you need functioning institutions and organizations. These contribute to a functioning society, and that's very fundamental. But this is one of these, let's say, items and points where I say, yes, there are insights of Peter Drucker that are absolutely relevant. And these type of insights give us a purpose, a fundamental purpose in management beyond a technique to achieve something. It's much more.
But it's no surprise to me that with one question, I can let you talk about Peter Drucker for hours, probably. I think it's interesting, though, to try to still draw a bit more of a connection to today's forum, because as you said, it's this, there is this general kind of idea of asking for the why, for the purpose. But still, Drucker was a man of the West. He was born in Vienna. He emigrated in the Nazi regime to the UK and then later on to the US, where he lived for the rest of his life. So maybe can you talk a bit about the relevance of his idea specifically for Africa?
Yes, I can try to do that. And I'm doing it also clarifying again that I'm, of course, not an expert. I don't consider myself an expert on Africa. I know of Africa, of course. We have a global competition each year, which we call the Global Peter Drucker Challenge for young people. And I can tell you, we get a lot of participation from Africa. So we feel strongly connected to Africa. And still, I wouldn't claim I know it all. But I think I can try to emphasize those items where it's fairly clear to me that Peter Drucker can contribute also to a situation where you have much less baggage in Africa from your management history, right, than we may have in Europe and in the US and even in Japan, where Drucker was very, very important. So this is again going back to the why, the what, and how. I don't think that Drucker should contribute too much in Africa to the how. The how should be situational, culturally adapted, should be really, let's say, cannot be just transferred from one geography to the other or from one culture to the other. For the what, it's already different, because I will give you an example where I believe Drucker's ideas can be very relevant to Africa today. And the why, of course, is universal, right? The role in society that I just outlined. But let me talk about the what for a moment. One of the great ideas of Peter Drucker was the, let's say, the importance of entrepreneurship in society. He even talked about an entrepreneurial society without elaborating on this concept. But it was clear to him as a friend of Joseph Schumpeter. I mean, I don't know if you are aware, but Peter Drucker was a close friend of Joseph Schumpeter, who has, of course, who had this idea about creative destruction, how economies evolve, how capitalism has the ability to self-renew itself, to self-renew. So this idea was taken up by Peter Drucker, and I think the idea of an entrepreneurial society is something which should resonate very much in Africa. Mm. Because in countries that are still developing or are emerging in some way, you cannot, the concept of transferring know-how and even business ideas just from West to Africa didn't work, or to impose your own ideas. But what seems to work is when entrepreneurial spirit and innovation evolves bottom up, really in the field. And this is where Drucker's ideas have a lot to contribute. And maybe some of this will be discussed in the conference.
I'm pretty sure it will be discussed today, and then also, of course, in our ongoing conferences. Maybe a last question, because I think we're kind of running a bit out of time, but since you said the entrepreneurial spirit is so important, what do you see as the biggest kind of challenges in management at the moment, globally, but maybe also in Africa?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is to liberate what you would call the human potential, right? Mm-hmm. We are struggling with this since ever. And the human potential, of course, includes the ability to innovate, the ability to find new ways. There is so much potential in the human being that one of the, when I call management, sometimes I say management is not just a job, but it's a noble calling. Mm. A noble calling because of its role in society, but because of its role vis-a-vis the other human beings. So unlocking the human potential, finding ways to do that, what we are talking about since many years, is one of the big challenges. And I think in Africa, you have new opportunities because, as I said, you don't carry the same baggage that we carry. And I would finish with that because Gary Hamel has often brought this issue. The challenge in big organizations and in growing organizations is bureaucracy. With bureaucracy, you kill exactly what I was just saying. You kill this human ingenuity, the human creativity. And that's one of the big challenges. And you might do it better in Africa than we have done in Europe recently and even in the US.
Thank you so much, Richard. So I think there is a lot of time for us to now talk about those new opportunities. Thank you. And with this, I'm handing it back to you, Senna, in the studio.
Thank you, Katerina. And thank you so much, Richard, for those incredible insights. And I think you've put it quite correctly. This forum here today is an opportunity to hear from innovators, thought leaders, experts on Africa, on issues that pertain to this region, but also can impact other regions. So it's my distinct pleasure to welcome two people to speak today, to give us a little bit of context and our strategic partners. The first is Hans Streuser. Hans is an entrepreneur, management consultant, and author with extensive experience across Africa. He's the CEO of Ecotech, an institutional and infrastructure development company. In recent years, he has supported trade endeavors of Austrian companies to Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Uganda, Angola, and Mozambique. Hans, very welcome. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Senna. Good morning to Western Africa and Western Europe. Good afternoon to Eastern Africa and Eastern Europe. And good morning also to America, of course, and good evening maybe to Asia. Yeah, a warm welcome also from my side to the first East Africa Management and Innovation Forum. I'm talking to you from Vienna, Austria. In the 1980s, I lived for 3 years in West Africa. I lived together with people who today you would consider is living in absolute poverty. They taught me what vitality really means. And later on then in the 90s, I facilitated management seminars in Southern Africa. I sat together with people who were running operations like farms, tea plantations, agro-processing facilities, store production, or manufacturing plants. And on that occasion, I quickly realized that it was not only me, the expert for systems-oriented management, who could give advice, but also very much the other way around, that I could learn a lot from all those practitioners. And this and similar insights made me to one of the initiators of today's event. And today I'm really grateful to Zia Manji and his great team at Career Connections that they took up this responsibility to organize this first East Africa Management and Innovation Forum. And as I see it from a European point of view, I think that Western management, that in general, the Western management world can learn a lot from African management practitioners, at least for two reasons. First, on the African continent, we can watch company creating a customer. Yes, the ones who know Peter Drucker or his knowledge, this is a formulation of Peter Drucker on the purpose of a company to create the customer. And companies are doing so by resolving real problems and therewith creating value for customer, creating customer value. And in African countries, we see and watch and learn from this process of value creation in a much more obvious and direct way. And the second reason why the Western world can learn from Africa are innovations. In African countries, the digital transformation occurs with less old technologies, less regulations, less vested interests, and innovations emerge closer to human needs. That is why we, the Western world, management world, can learn from African management practitioners. And to prove this, we only need to look at what is called the mobile money revolution, an innovation which emerged already in 2007 on the African continent and gave, within only a few years, to hundreds of millions of people access to the money economy. But this is history, actually. Today, be aware of the next disruptions on the African continent. Look at startups like Wave in Senegal, which recently received 200 million venture capital, $200 million in venture capital, and is about this startup and many others to disrupt this mobile money economy again. The East African Management and Innovation Forum is a new and unique event. It brings together entrepreneurs and management practitioners from the African continent with internationally renowned management thinkers. We have quite a lineup of this, and it creates the space for us to inspire each other. I'm looking very much forward to engage in the next 5 to 6 hours. I want to thank again Zia and his great team from Career Connection to make this possible. I wish us an exciting and insightful half day online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hans, and thank you so much for pointing out that Career Connections has really been instrumental in bringing us together today. So it's my distinct pleasure to welcome Madeleine Dunford, who is the founder and managing director of Career Connections. Over the last 25 years, she has led the growth and development of a broad range of consulting businesses, including personality and skills assessment, leadership development, and executive coaching. She has a keen passion for the development of leaders through systemic coaching, team coaching that focuses on delivering change as a team and at the team and organizational level. Madeleine, over to you.
It is a great honor to welcome you to the first Management and Innovation Forum in East Africa and the first event to bring Peter Drucker into Africa. I'm particularly excited to be here with you this afternoon because next month Career Connections will be celebrating its 25th anniversary. So today represents an opportunity for us all to stop and reflect on what has passed, but more importantly to look forward to the future. As Drucker himself said, the best way to predict your future is to create it. The forum is an important strategic event for us at Career Connections. As a firm, our purpose is to bring people, teams, and organizations to life at work. We enable organizations and their people to discover and develop their latent potential whilst bringing their whole and unique selves to work. We recognize that each one of you here today, an individual leader, a team member, part of a bigger organization, you are all unique with your own backgrounds, strengths, skills, and opportunities to contribute to a much bigger story. We aim to partner with organizations who create environments that bring out the best in their people and in society which they serve. So today, let's take a moment to reflect outside of our daily routine, to reflect on all that's been achieved so far, but to also anticipate, to learn, to share, expand our thinking so that we can all contribute to shaping our organizations in this region, shaping our region and beyond, fit for the future. Thank you so much, Sina.
Right, then thank you so much, Hans and Madeleine, and I would take over here and lead us into the first keynote, which will be talking about the vital role of business in the African society. But before we start with the keynote, I would also invite you, our participants, to a little kind of experiment. As I said at the beginning, sometimes it's hard to keep our attention in online events. This is why we would like to invite you to an active listening experience. What does that mean? Sometimes it helps our brain to keep our attention when we also activate different regions of our brain. So I would invite everyone who's sitting at home, at the office, wherever you might be joining right now, to just take 2 Post-its. It can also be a piece of paper, but sometimes we do have Post-its more at hand, or if not, it can just be a piece of paper. On one of the Post-its, write or draw a question mark, and on the other one, a exclamation mark. It doesn't have to go over the whole thing, but maybe just somewhere in the corner. And then use the Post-it with the question mark to make notes about anything that's new to you, that surprises you, that makes you curious, maybe that you don't understand, where you want to ask a question. Where is this kind of question mark? and the exclamation mark posted for the things where you really think, that is a good thought. That is something I need to remember to tell my colleagues tomorrow. That is like one of my key takeaways from what I'm just hearing right now. At all times, also feel free to share your insights in the chat, or if you want to share with the other participants some further links, articles, inspirations, whatever, feel free to really make the chat buzz. And of course, also go on Twitter and social media to share your thoughts. And with this, it is my great pleasure to hand it over to you, Sia, to keep on with the keynote.
Thank you. Thank you, Katerina. We commenced today's forum and set the tone really at the social dimension. The role of business in society is the heart of Peter Drucker's principles. And I want to quote him when he said, "Free enterprise cannot be justified as being good just for business. It must be justified as being good for society." Our keynote speaker grew up in an era of tremendous change and at a time when communities and societies fought for justice, status, and function. He acquired a deep personal appreciation for the responsibilities of business and organizations, both on society and for society. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Sim Tshabalala, the Chief Executive of Standard Bank Group. Sim, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Sia, and I bring you greetings from the leafy suburbs of Johannesburg. But just to make certain that all is in order, can you see me and can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Sim.
Lovely, and good afternoon, everybody. What a privilege it is to spend a few minutes with you just sharing some thoughts on one of my favorite authors, Peter Drucker. In preparing for today, I reminded myself of Peter Drucker's thoughts by looking at one of his most brilliant classic papers. I think it's the one published in the Harvard Business Review in 1988. And Zia, if you recall, that paper is called The Coming of the New Organization. A generation ago, Drucker could already see the main outlines of our current digital age, which I think is quite remarkable. And what he saw included the increasing value of expertise and of useful information. In fact, one of the first few sentences in that article makes reference to useful information. He spoke about the declining value of routine work and the transition from command and control to much more flexible and agile modes of corporate organization. And I think Richard, Hans, Madeline, and Katrina have actually all alluded to these principles, which I will be reinforcing in the next few minutes. As I read it, Drucker's work is united by two consistent themes. Those themes are, first, Drucker's intense focus on the importance and value of human agency. And then, of course, second, his insistence that business organizations must be animated by human progress. That includes making profit, but does not transcend the human dimension, of course. The agenda of today's forum was clearly put together in that human spirit, and I think that is admirable. And it is, I think, very strong and very interesting as a result. It's going to be a fascinating few hours. In that same spirit, Zia has asked me to begin by addressing the question of whether being human has a specific meaning in Africa and for African businesses. The first thing that I want to emphasize in that context is that people everywhere have far more in common than they tend to realize, including their inalienable and universal human rights. Indeed, one of the most pressing tasks that Africans have faced over the past centuries, and indeed still today, and in fact, particularly here in South Africa, as Zia pointed out earlier, is to insist that everyone else recognizes our full humanity, no more and no less. society has made huge progress, but that insistence on Africa's equal rights is still very much an unfinished project. And I'll say a little bit more about that shortly. However, it's also true that to be African is to be distinctive. Let me immediately add that African culture is very diverse and multifaceted. We're a diverse continent, and it's beautiful. And that generalizations are therefore fraught with danger. But I'll make a few points that take the risk of being contradicted, but I'll take the risk anyway, and I'll offer you two tentative generalizations. The first one I'll offer as a rule of thumb, and that is that African people are more tightly connected to their families, their communities, their histories, and indeed the cosmos than many other peoples elsewhere. We tend not to be individualistic as, say, Western Europeans or North Americans. Second, and this may actually be even more distinctive, Africans care very much about our dignity. We're very firm about our own right to be treated with dignity. And we're even more resolute about the right of others to have their inherent dignity respected. So you ought to ask, what are the implications of these observations for us as African business people? I'm certainly not going to try to lay down the law on this. The implications will be as diverse as this beautiful continent itself. But I can at least tell you about the implications as I see them personally and about how we see them here at the Standard Bank. What follows is certainly not intended as a recipe for everybody to follow, but rather as food for thought and further discussion. The first implication, as I see it, is that we have every reason to be proud of what we do and to continue to make sure that we're very good at it, that we are world beating. Not so long ago, for example, people in the West, if they thought of Kenya at all, had vague ideas about Happy Valley, giraffes in the suburbs, and terrible poverty. Let's not kid ourselves. Those older images of Africa still have their validity in some respects. Turning from Nairobi to my own hometown, as a good example, and as I look at the leafy suburbs of Johannesburg, Joburg still contains some of the world's most jarring contrasts between wealth and poverty, and between comfortable privilege and lives lived in danger and distress, which is shocking. But these days, people know that Kenya is also one of the world's fastest growing economies and the home of one of the world's most advanced IT sectors. These days, they understand that Joburg is headquarters of some of very large and very successful banks, insurers and asset managers, brilliant universities. Africa has become a place of opportunity, a place to take seriously, a place one can learn from and indeed admire. In a sentence, the entrepreneurial skill and drive of Africa's people make our continent a much better place. The second implication of Africa's distinctiveness for African business people is that we tend to very deeply and unselfconsciously be committed to the idea of a broader corporate purpose. Even as recently as a decade ago, many business leaders in the Anglo-American tradition needed to be persuaded that business had a social purpose beyond quarterly profit maximization. We African business people need no such persuasion. We've always thought of our businesses as organs of society, committed to promoting inclusive and sustainable development. Just to use Standard Bank as an example, we make practical work of this commitment in 5 ways. First, we have a detailed code of ethics and values that every Standard Bank employee must commit to. Second, we assess our performance against 6 value drivers, which include what we call SEE, C value, as we call it. That is social, economic, and environmental value. Third, our strategic priorities explicitly include a commitment to generating sustainable growth and value. Fourth, as signatories of the United Nations Principles for Responsible Banking, and as a good corporate citizen of South Africa under our Companies Act and our National Code of Corporate Governance, we are legally committed to supporting inclusive and sustainable development, and to reporting on our policies and performance with the greatest possible transparency and detail. Fifth, and probably most important, we are committed to our corporate purpose. We make very sure that everyone here at Standard Bank knows that we are purpose-driven. As we put it, Africa is our home. We drive her growth. We exist to use the immense power of finance to make Africa a better place for all of us. As a manager, I don't dispute that detailed code of conduct are valuable, and I fully agree that explicit targets and priorities are important tools. But equally, Zia, as a lawyer, I take the power of domestic and international law very seriously. But as a humanist, someone inspired by Peter Drucker, I also think that having a simple, clear, and well understood corporate purpose is essential. Before ending this discussion of corporate purpose and moving on to the next item that you asked me to address, I'd like to emphasize that we don't want to sound too pious. We're bankers and business people after all. We're very much a profit-seeking business, determined to maximize sustainable shareholder value. And I say that advisedly, maximize shareholder value. For this reason, and the other reasons that I mentioned earlier, running a consistently profitable business, within the law, of course, is one of the most ethically admirable things that any African and any human can do. It's also the case that the cost of capital is lower for ethical, purpose-led businesses, and that our profitability tends to be higher than the more short-sighted firms. It's a cliche, but it's also simply a fact that one does well by consistently aiming to do good. The second topic that you asked me, Zia, to attend to is also thoroughly draconian in spirit. Excuse the pun. This set of topics is one that emerges from thinking about the questions that Drucker explored in his 1988 paper that I referred to earlier. Essentially, how should African businesses respond to the digital age? I want to emphasize again that Standard Bank certainly doesn't think that it has a monopoly answer on this question. We're not the only ones who grapple with this. In fact, the reverse is true. Speaking as a South African to an East African audience, I'm very much aware that we have a great deal to learn from you about digital innovation and entrepreneurship. With that important caveat in mind, I'll briefly describe how we at Standard Bank have aimed to adapt. As Drucker pointed out, a big firm built out of semi-autonomous divisions, focused on efficient production rather than client needs, with a command and control management style implemented by layers of management, all of this actually made a great deal of sense, given the technological and social conditions of the period from 1920 to 1980. Inspired by Drucker, I think of that period as the age of General Motors. And to be frank, a lot of the Standard Bank Group still looked and thought like General Motors until very recently. But we are now in the age of Amazon. The most successful firms in the modern economy are digital platforms with much simpler and flatter internal structures, and with incentives and cultures that encourage people to work fast and creatively to meet client needs. In order to become more like Amazon and less like General Motors, we first reconfigured the relationship between the group as a whole and our countries to enable them to respond more rapidly and precisely to our local clients' needs. So Stanbic Kenya needs to be very close to its clients and respond appropriately to client needs. We also introduced new ways of working, creating a work culture and habits that emphasize speed, suppleness, and collaboration. Next, we stopped being General Motors in structural terms. For several decades, we had been organized into semi-autonomous business units, a corporate and investment bank, and a personal and business bank, itself further subdivided into banking units and insurance and asset management units. This structure was overlaid by geographical reporting lines, and both geographies and business units reported to the group executive. And my dear friend Charles Mudiwa will tell you it was a nightmare, and perhaps continues to be a nightmare, but Charles, I think, sleeps a little better today. We have now replaced these big silos with 3 client segments: consumer and high net worth clients, business and commercial clients, and CIB clients. These aren't self-standing businesses. They're each equally supported by what we call client solutions, engineering, and innovation capabilities, which are calculated to support our business units in the support of their clients. We intend to keep on accelerating the pace of disciplined and sustained innovation in that context. As I'm saying this to you, I can imagine Peter Drucker saying, that's all very well, but what about your people? The answer is that we put a great deal of energy and resources into trying to ensure that our people are well equipped to do their work, to compete, and to flourish as people in this digital age. Just to give you a sense of the scale, we employ 50,000 people in 20 countries on our beloved continent. Last year, 7,500 of us, that's 15%, completed courses to equip them to better work in a digital business. 86% of Standard Bank's people also used our online learning system, together completing over 7 million learning items, which, to be fair, are usually quite short. But it's also fair to say that our people have been impressively enthusiastic in acquiring relevant new skills. As of last week, nearly half of us, that's 24,000 people, imagine that, 24,000 people, had completed the quite extensive online training required to become a Salesforce Ranger. That is, an advanced user of Salesforce large suite of customer relationship management, data analysis, and related applications. I'm very proud to say that our group, the Standard Bank Group, employs more rangers than any other company in the world, except Salesforce itself. I should also mention that we've put a lot of thought and work into improving the digital knowledge and skills of our board of directors and our senior executives, working with the Center for Information Systems Research at MIT. I'm aware how fortunate we are to be able to do all of this. But let me just add that Salesforce's online training is completely free and open to anyone. You can Google it now and see, it's completely free. And I may just add that MIT's courses are freely available online as well. All that are required are time, energy, dedication, and of course, data. Certainly not resources that one should take lightly, but equally not the exclusive preserve of large corporations and affluent individuals. Zia, I'm conscious that I'm out of time, so let me conclude by thanking you again for this fantastic opportunity to talk about Peter Drucker and about these very, very important topics. Very many thanks, and let me hand it back to you.
Thank you, Sim. Thank you for such an inspiring start, and thank you for being a keynote speaker to the East Africa Management and Innovation Forum. We've really enjoyed listening to some of your insights and your thoughts. Some great revelations, I think, and a reminder that we have such unique opportunities in Africa as a people that we can offer to the rest of the world. And thank you for sharing all those insights on the Standard Bank and the work that you're doing. Unfortunately, we're out of time on questions, but Sim, I want to thank you for your time. I want to also make a connection with you and our keynote speaker at the end of the day. Today at 5 o'clock, Don Tapscott will be speaking from the Blockchain Research Institute, and we know that Standard Bank is a funder of the blockchain research in Africa, and Don will be talking a little bit about that, so it's great to have the two connected. Sim, thank you for your time, and we look forward to having an opportunity again to hear from you in the future.
Thank you, Zia, and all of the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zia. Thank you so much, Sim. Well, now it is time for everyone to make a difficult decision, because this is the part of the program where we're actually going to split into parallel tracks. So here, if you just stay in the Zoom room, then you don't have to do anything. We're going to be talking about the power of purpose, providing human meaning in a tech-intensive world. In the parallel track, we're going to be talking about digital leadership in large enterprises. If you're interested to switch to this other track, the link will now be posted in the chat. So you can basically just click on the link. It will bring you directly into the other room. And my colleague Zena is already there with everyone who's interested to go and talk about digital leadership in large enterprises. Take a second to make your decision. Everyone who wants to stay here, I am welcoming you. So this is the track where we're going to be talking about the power of purpose, which I think is a beautiful topic. And I'm very happy to welcome on a digital stage with me. I hope he's there. I cannot see you yet. Our chair and moderator of this session, David Gatende. David, are you here? Can I see you?
I am here.
Yes, I hear you. Perfect.
Yes.
I want to see you as well. Oh, there you are in the studio. I was like, that's far too far away, because yesterday I saw you at the speaker's reception. I can tell everyone David is a very well-dressed man. And now I just see you in this tiny video, but I can still see you very well-dressed. So let me just introduce David to everyone who doesn't know him. He's the group CEO of Davis & Shurtleff, which is a company that does water and energy solutions in the East African region and was founded in Kenya in 1946 already. David has, in the last 36 years, led the strategic growth and the diversification across a broad range of products and services. And he's also been responsible for the expansion across East, Central, and Southern Africa. David is professionally and personally a purpose-led leader. And as I said, someone who also has a great taste in fashion. And with that, I hand it over to you, David. Have a great conversation.
Thank you so much, Katerina. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who is following. As you've heard, my name is David Gatende. And just by way of a brief reintroduction, I'm coming to the end of a 36-year career at a company called Davis & Shurtleff. And so I'm in a very reflective mood, as in the next 7 weeks, I shall be retiring. And so as I've been reflecting, I've had the opportunity to travel around some of the countries where we are present, and I've been talking to the staff, and I'll be telling you a little bit more about my experience in doing so. I describe myself as a man of faith. And so when we talk about purpose, to me, it's about the why. Why are we here on earth, and what is important about it? And for me, I model my life on the life of a man who's called King David, my own namesake in the Bible and in the Torah. And it is said of him that when King David had served God's purpose in his generation, he fell asleep, he was buried with his fathers, and his body decayed. I know it sounds a bit morbid, but I can, when I go around talking to the staff and saying goodbye, saying thank you, and challenging them on to the next stage of the development of Davis and Shurtleff, what I do is I tell them there's coming a time when people will not remember who that guy is. Mine will be a name on the plaque. It'll be a picture perhaps if I'm lucky, but there will be people who don't even remember the sound of my voice, and that will be fine. If I have lived my purpose in my generation, if I've made a contribution, then I will have done well. And so as I begin to chair this panel, I must just say how privileged I am. And thank you to Zia and also to the East African Management and Innovation Forum, who are working with the Global Peter Drucker Forum. I think it's an excellent idea to have the voices of Africans. We have often wondered, how different is it managing an organization in Europe and managing one in Africa? And so today on this panel, we have a fantastic set of panelists. I am just in awe. I've had the challenge, the opportunity to speak to each one of them. And so I'm really excited. We have a group of practitioners, people who are doers, and we have a group of thinkers who have written books and who have been thinking deeply about purpose and about the human dimension. And so we're going to have some very good interaction. So let me now just introduce the panelists. And as I do so, I just want to say that for us too in Africa, some of the key issues we're facing now are COVID, and of course the war in Ukraine. They're very real for us, as they are all over the world. Of course, nowadays information travels at lightning speed, and before you know it, it's on our phones, and we're consuming the same information as everybody else in the world. So straight to my panelists, I want to begin by introducing Alan. Alan Kilavuka is the Group Managing Director and CEO, Chief Executive of Kenya Airways, the national airline, our carrier, and has had previous life in Deloitte, where he began his career, and also with General Electric. So he's had a stellar career. But when he joined Kenya Airways, can you imagine? Alan joined in February of 2020, right as COVID was about to go poof in our faces. So Alan, please tell us what thoughts came to your mind when you were asked to sit on this panel and to talk to us about the power of purpose. Please.
Thank you, David, for the introduction, and very, very privileged to be on this panel. So just to correct you, actually the official date of my joining was 1st of April. I was acting before that. So 1st of April is April Fool's Day. I keep telling people it was not an April Fool's joke for me joining this company. And like you rightly pointed out, that was the beginning of COVID. So it was quite something. And when I was asked to join this distinguished panel, first of all, the most important thing is to learn more, to hear from other panelists and the participants, and also to contribute, to give my 2 cents worth of, what I think of power of purpose and how I demonstrate it in the organization and how the organization and my purpose meet. So that is kind of my thinking around that.
Well, thank you very much, Alan. We'll be hearing more about your experience running a national airline. That must be one of the industries that was most affected by COVID. And so I'm sure you'll tell us more about how purpose and the airline industry were affected. Our second panelist, I'm not sure if we've managed to make contact with Michele, but Michele Zanini is a key thinker. He is very well known for his book on humanocracy, and he has written it together with Gary Hamel, whom Richard referred to earlier, and also he's been involved with the McKinsey and Company, and also with the Rand Corporation. So Michele, if you're there, we'd like to hear your initial thoughts when you were asked to be a panelist on this topic, the power of purpose.
David, it seems like I've been informed by the background team that Michele is not online at the moment.
Okay,
So
no
I would
problem.
say we just bring him in as soon as
Absolutely.
he's here.
Okay, no worries. Thank you very much, Katerina. The next person I'd like to introduce is Jane Karuku. And Jane Karuku is one of our star CEOs in East Africa. And she began her career at Telkom Kenya, and then had a spell at Cadbury Schweppes. And now she is the Group Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of East African Breweries, part of the Diageo Group. And so I welcome you, Jane, and ask you please to tell us a little bit about your initial thoughts about being a part of this panel and this topic.
Thank you, David. I'm not sure that I put the word star next to my name. Certainly not. But I think when I was invited to be part of this panel, I think very excited. First of all, Peter Drucker itself, a name to be proud to be associated with. I think secondly, the speakers and my panels, my panel and the rest of the panel is very, very impressive. And not to mention you as well, David. I think purpose was easy for me because we are an organization really led by purpose. Our purpose as an organization is to celebrate life every day, everywhere. And also as a person, as an employee, we are all encouraged to have purpose. So I do have purpose. Mine is about growing talent to the next level or to make them better version or the best version of themselves. And then together, once your organization of purpose and individuals' purpose come together, then profits across the entire value chain or across the entire ecosystem, from your suppliers to your consumers, or what we describe as grain to glass or liquid on lips, everybody gets satisfied and celebrates with us every day, everywhere.
Wow. No wonder. You say you wouldn't use the word star next to yourself, but I would, most certainly. And thank you for sharing your purpose. And I'll be interested to hear how there's a confluence, how the two come together, the organization and also the individual purpose statement. So thank you very much, Jane. The next panelist is Tal Ben Shahar. And we exchanged mails earlier, and just before this, we were in the breakout room, and it was nice to get to speak to you a little bit. Tal is very well known for being a teacher and a writer. He's written numerous books, all related in the subject of positive psychology and happiness. And I just said to him that he has a smile to go with the topic, being the happy man. He always has a very happy smile. He co-founded Potential Life, and also another one called the Happiness Studies Academy. And I was particularly interested to hear about his involvement in writing children's books. I found that very fascinating. And I will just invite you as well, Tal, if you could tell us a little bit about your initial thoughts on this topic. We'd like to hear your voice and see your smile as well.
Well, thank you, David. You know, as I mentioned to you, there's a lot of pressure on someone associated with happiness to be happy all the time. But I can assure you, I'm not happy all the time. No one is. However, a sense of purpose is something that we can experience at least most of the time. And this is why I was so delighted to be invited to this panel, and especially to talk about it in the context of Drucker's work. You see, Mr. Sim Chabalala, who spoke earlier, made the connection between profits and the human dimension in the context of Drucker's work. And the two are intimately related, and Jane, of course, alluded to this. You see, because most people believe that the relationship between success and happiness resides in that success is the cause, happiness is the effect. So if you're successful in your business, that is when you will also experience a sense of purpose in what you do. That is when you'll be happy. When in fact, the relationship is the opposite. It's not that success leads to happiness. It's not that success leads to a sense of purpose, but it's rather that having a sense of purpose or finding happiness in one way or another, that will lead to more success. So companies that have a deep sense of purpose are also more resilient. Teamwork is better there. Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher, said, when you have a what for, every how becomes possible. When you have a sense of meaning and purpose, you're more resilient. Increasing a sense of meaning and purpose in the organization leads to increasing productivity, profitability, innovation, and creativity. So talking about purpose, talking about the human dimension has significant meaning for business. So I'm looking forward to hearing what my fellow panelists have to say about this and to sharing some more research from the science of happiness.
Well, thank you very much, Tal, and for that reference to Friedrich Nietzsche. And I can see you have a lot to share with us. And like Alan said, we're here to learn from each other. I was mentioning earlier that we have practitioners and we have teachers and thinkers, and you're certainly, Tal, in the thinking group, and I'm sure you have also had opportunity to put into practice in these laboratories that you're involved with. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to go into the meat of the conversation of the panel, and I'd like us to talk about the subject, the power of purpose. And I'd like to begin by asking Jane. Jane, what kind of culture has purpose driven at East African Breweries Limited and Diageo that has resulted in growth and revenue and profit? It's very interesting if you could tie that with what Tal was just saying and what Mr. Shabalala mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, David. I think the first thing is that we have, of course, a strategy, and we've defined a strategic ambition long term. In our case, we use 5 years stretch time. And then in that 5-year stretch time or 5-year period, we've said our purpose is to celebrate life every day. And therefore, pinned or being driven by that purpose and on a corporate level, we also have to perform. So it means that we have defined a financial performance objective that talks about the numbers, what kind of turnover we want to deliver to our stakeholders and our shareholders, what kind of profit levels we want to deliver, and what kind of market share we want to have, or how we want our consumers to perceive us, whether it will be the first choice or the best choice for them when they go out to celebrate life every day, like I talked about. So, and therefore, this aligns us as an organization. So if you're an employee, if you're a supplier, if you're a function, if you're a trader with us, or if you're a distributor, and you're being driven by that purpose, the decisions you take are aligned, totally aligned. So I think the first thing that the purpose does is to align every activity, every decision, every choice we make as a business is underpinned and brought together. And I think the gel that brings us all together is that purpose. So what we find is that if you're a brand, for example, I'll describe a brand. If we're talking about a beer brand, if that beer brand is let's say it's an innovation, it must deliver across the chain. You must deliver firstly to the consumer. Does the consumer love it? Does the consumer use our brand to celebrate life every day? Does the supplier who delivered, whether it was a label, whether it was a farmer with barley, whether it was a truck that delivers these brands, are they sharing parts of that prosperity because they're being involved in the delivery of that brand? i.e., are they making enough money from us? And once we are aligned on that purpose, then it is a no-brainer that we deliver to the other stakeholder who's a shareholder, because the shareholder expects some returns. Employee is another one. If an employee then is using his time in the office and is combining their own purpose and their organizational purpose, then they bring the best to work. And if as an employee, I want to be bigger than my daily transactional activities when I come to the office, I bring my whole, or even bring better than my whole. So my outputs, my outcomes that I deliver at the end of the year, at the end of the day, are very good in terms of, or they are fit for purpose in terms of delivering to the shareholder. So I don't know whether I'm overcomplicating it, but my hope was that I'm simplifying it, that we are all brought together by the sense of purpose for the organization, and everybody across that chain, like I called, from grain supplier of whatever you're giving us to the end consumer, to the employees in the ecosystem, every day they bring their better self to the business, and therefore we deliver across the entire ecosystem, and we have shared prosperity. And this is so important for the sustainability of the business, because if I feel I'm valued, if I feel that I'm contributing whatever part of the chain I'm at, then we can see sustainability of the organization getting over in the next 100 years. And by the way, David, we are celebrating 100 years this year, and we are looking, for example, Tusker was the first brand in Ethiopia. Tusker was manufactured in 1922. And when we look back, they were also looking for a brand that would make people celebrate life every day, because it was made for those colonialists who were here, who knew what lager was or what beer was. So you can see our 100-year history, and probably 100 years to come is all based on that purpose. And it has been successful in making sure that we deliver across to all our objectives.
Well, that's fantastic, Jane. I'll tell you a little secret or something you may not know, that my family used to be a grain grower up in Mount Narok. It's in the highlands in Kenya. And so I know the experience of being kept happy by the brewer as we grew barley for the years. But no, you haven't overcomplicated it. I think you've spoken of alignment from everybody. You talked about from the grain to the glass, or from, what was it, to the lips? From, yeah, that's right. Right. There you go. I don't know what's in your glass, but that's excellent. And I think that...
Water, David.
Pardon me? Water.
H2O, water.
Water, well, that's down my street, isn't it? The waterman. And so, yeah, that's it's very clear. And I do appreciate your talk about sharing the prosperity. And any company that has been going for 100 years, and by the way, congratulations for that. Davis and Shirtliff is only 76 years, so we have 24 years to catch up. But you must be doing something right. And so if the purpose, the alignment of purpose from everybody in the value chain is what is resulting in what Tal called increased productivity and increased creativity and innovation, well, then there's something for us to learn. So I'm very grateful for that, and we'll probably come back to you in a moment to learn some more lessons. I'd like now to go to Alan, and to ask Alan about your experience. You corrected me and said it was on April Fool's Day in 2020 you became the chief executive of our national airline, our national carrier. And it can't have been easy for you. How did the power of purpose play a role in the way that you have run the organization, for you personally, and also for the organization?
Thank you, David. That's water.
That's water as well, is it?
Yeah. Just, I noticed that Jane was very happy, and I was wondering what she was having. So when she said water, so I decided to take some water as well.
I'll ask for some as well.
Yeah. So, David, this aviation generally is a very resilient industry. It's gone through a lot of crises, also very, very vulnerable through from a lot of external shocks. But nothing had prepared us, of course, prepared us for COVID, which was quite another thing altogether. And so for Kenya Airways, I took over an organization which had been battered for many years with negative news and a string of many years of losses. And so really beaten down, the people really beaten down by negativity. And then COVID happened. So as if a situation could not be made worse, it actually was by COVID. But it was very important for us as an organization to really reflect back as to why the organization exists in terms of purpose. And the most important thing is to think about the organization in terms of contributing to development, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. And statistics show that aviation generally contributes about 5% of GDP, either directly or indirectly. And that's very, very important. Now, Africa as a continent is a huge continent, second largest in the world. It also has a lot of people, again, second largest in the world. So we have about 17 or between 13 and 17% of the population globally. But in terms of aviation, you only have 2% of the share of air traffic. So there's a disconnect. It's a disproportionate share of air traffic. And I just talked about the contribution that aviation has in terms of development of the GDP. So you can see that we are underperforming from that perspective. We are a large continent. We don't have a good rail network. We don't have a good road network across the continent. So we do need aviation. And therein is where we see our contribution to the sustainable development in Africa. So our purpose is exactly that. How do we contribute, or what do we contribute to developing Africa as a continent and remove it from where we are to where we really should be? This point is important because with all the negativity that we receive in aviation generally and in Kenya in particular, it is very easy to forget that we have an extremely important, probably critical, almost sacred, to help Africa move from where we are today and really reduce the poverty levels that we have to where we should be. And some statistics show that. I mean, most of us we now have a continental free trade area within Africa. Yep. And so there's need for us to move across countries. There's need for us to move goods from one country to another, because all of a sudden now you have a free access to different markets. And the best way, the fastest, the most catalytic way to do that is through air transport. And that's how we see our airline, that what kind of role can it play in alleviating poverty and helping to develop Africa, generally speaking. So when I reflect on myself, I say, so how does that play in my personal purpose? And David, you challenged me when you identified, you actually introspected and talked about how you mirror yourself with the King David of the Bible. And I very quickly thought of the Bible, and I was wondering, is there an Alan in the Bible somewhere that I can also demonstrate? And unfortunately, I couldn't think of any. So I don't have an Alan in the Bible that I mirror myself. But what I do is I think about myself as a Pan-Africanist, because I think that it is also important for us to play in the area that you have been placed in, that God has put you in. What is the role that you play to better the lives of people that you are put in together with? So I see myself as a Pan-Africanist in how do I help to develop a people individually and collectively in the areas where I can have influence. So individually being helping to develop leaders who can think in that way, and collectively driving organizations towards meeting the overall goal of alleviating suffering and developing people generally. So because Kenya Airways plays that role from a corporate standpoint, and I have my own personal purpose, I find that it is very easy to converge. Not just that, is to help people think in that way as well. It is very easy to fall into despair when things are not working in your way. I'll just give one last example before I hand it back to you. So when, for the first time in our 44 years, we were not 100 years or 70 years, but we have 44 years. So for the first time in 44 years, all our aircraft were grounded. And that kind of, and it's equivalent to all your machines shutting down, and it's slowing down, and I'm sure for some that was what happened. But in aviation, that is such a big deal because for you to store your aircraft after 44 years and your engine falling silent, most of our people are always in the skies. That was quite something. So people were affected not just psychologically because of that, also physiologically. We lost a few people through COVID. and then materially, financially. So the idea was to address those issues, always keeping in mind that this airline has survived a lot of crises, and we have a bigger role to play going forward. So my role was to help the people believe that, and also getting the government and even generally the population to see the role that we play generally in Africa and also specifically in Kenya. And that way I felt was an important way to drive the discussion around purpose and organization. So I'll stop there, David. I know I've gone on for a bit, but I thought it was important.
Absolutely fine. No, I appreciate that very much. And it's great hearing the contribution that the airline industry, or just aviation, directly and indirectly makes to GDP, and how far behind we are in Africa, and therefore the opportunity that exists to make that critical contribution. And then your connection with poverty and the responsibility you feel towards alleviating that on the continent. Really, our hearts go out to you. We did not have to shut down. I don't think the brewery had to shut down either. But all those who were affected, people in the hospitality and in the airline industry were particularly affected. And we're just glad that you're up again, and we wish you well in future. So let's move on now to Tal Ben-Shahar. Thank you for your initial comments. I'm very interested to hear now how happiness and purpose can be drivers to increase creativity. You called it innovation, and also how they can inspire collective achievement in an organization. Let's hear from you.
Thank you for this question, David. And I was fascinated by Alan, your story, and how you talked about connecting to purpose and its importance in driving the organization so that it can drive the economy. When we talk about purpose, it's important to make a distinction, and this is a distinction that was made by Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl, who wrote the wonderful book Man's Search for Meaning, talked about the purpose or meaning of life versus the purpose or meaning in life. Now, I must say that talking about the purpose and meaning of life, that's above my pay grade. Many people may find this in religion or in some personal revelation that they had. But it is important, certainly in the context of business, to talk about the purpose in life as a driver of the organization, as a driver of profit, and a driver of innovation, creativity, and productivity. So what is the purpose in life? So there's some wonderful research conducted by Jane Dutton and Amy Wisniewski. They both used to be from Michigan, now one is from Yale. And the research that they did essentially divided the way we look at our work as either a job, a career, or a calling. A job, a career, or a calling. Looking at our work as a job means it's something that we have to do. Why do we do it? Because we have no choice. We need the paycheck at the end of the week or month. It's a chore. What do we look forward to? We look forward to the end of the week, TGIF, thank God it's Friday. Or we look forward to retirement or vacation. Work as a job. Then there are people who see their work as a career. To see your work as a career means it's all about progress. It's all about getting to the next level. It's about getting a raise or a promotion. That's what we look forward to. Our work is a career. And then there is work as a calling. Work as a calling is about doing what I'm supposed to be doing. It's about experiencing a sense of purpose in what I'm doing. It's about doing something meaningful that's important, that I'm passionate about. Now, we all have our job days when we just don't want to get out of bed in the morning. We all have our career days when we're about the next promotion or making more money. And we all have our calling days when we feel connected, a sense of meaning and purpose in what we're doing. The question is of degree. And it turns out that people who see their work more as meaningful, as purposeful, who connect to the passion in what they're doing, are more creative, innovative, productive, ultimately successful. And what we want in our organization, whether we're a brewery, an airline business, a school, or even in the family, we want to experience more and more of our time as purposeful, as meaningful. Why? Because we experience more happiness then, and because we're more profitable then. Again, the happiness success relationship comes through. And it turns out that we have a great deal of control over how we experience our work. In other words, we can shift the needle from job, career, towards more of a sense of calling. And we can do it, and this is where the research comes in. We can do it when we're janitors in an organization. We can do it when we're the CEOs in an organization. We can do it when we're hairdressers, engineers, pilots, and when we're parents. And one of the ways to do it is to simply ask, instead of describing our job, to describe our calling. So we often in our workplaces ask for a job description. What I often do with my clients is I ask them to describe their calling description. In other words, what gives you a sense of meaning and purpose in your work? Is it growing the economy of Kenya? Is it connecting to other people? Because very often we find meaning and purpose in other people. And this is where in my classes at the Happiness Studies Academy, I introduce my students, all students from all over the world, to the concept of Ubuntu, which is an African concept talking about the notion of I am because you are, about the connection between people, among people, because that's where we very often find a sense of meaning and purpose in our life. And connecting to the impact that we're having on other people, that's a sure way of delivering the meaning, the purpose in life, and maybe by extension of life.
Wow. Thank you, Tal. I like that distinction between in life, purpose in life, and purpose of life. And you very smartly avoided the one and focused on the other. That's very, very, very smart. And thank you for those references to research and what that shows us about how we can make a bigger contribution. I'd like to, before I give my own contribution to this topic, I'd like to come back to Jane because there's a question from the panel for you, and I'd just like to address it to you. It says, the question is from Frank Karlberg. He asks this: how did you find out that your personal purpose is to develop talent? Can you explain, please, the process, what the process was in finding your purpose?
That's a very tough one, David. I think somebody's purpose is very natural to self. I don't think you can take a purpose that is David's, for example, or Tao's, and I acquire it. It has to be something you authentically, you naturally be forced to, even if you're not aware. So I think you have to ask yourself the 5 why questions. I think the first one must be what Tal is talking about. Why do you wake up every day and go somewhere to contribute and do something? I mean, I can choose to stay in bed the whole day or go somewhere else, but I go to a certain place to work with people. I like meeting the people. I like looking out for great talents. I like surrounding myself with great people, because at the end of the day, if I have that great talent around me, I'll deliver better. So once I identified what I want to do in life, probably at some point, I thought I wanted to be a CEO. And then I discovered to be a CEO, you have to have a lot of great people that you were holding you up, and it has to be talent. And therefore, it was natural. And it's also, I like people. I can't be a talent builder if I don't like dealing with people. So I like people. There was a real reason, which was beyond what I would call emotional. It is also factual and rational, because about delivering numbers and driving businesses, and about the outputs of those people. But lastly, about those people themselves, because the more you grow talent, because it's tough to grow talent, because you become tough, you push them, you make them uncomfortable, you throw them in deep waters. The emotional payback you get is also very gratifying, as well as the dividend for those people for themselves as they grow up in their own careers or in their own personalities, and they'll always remember you as you said or did something to help them. So it's I don't think it was a lot of scientific hard work. I must be honest. I think it's something I believed in and something that I enjoyed doing, and it's something over time has proven to be the right thing. That if I put all my energy and wake up to push that agenda or help people to grow, the rewards are bigger than self. The rewards will live beyond me. Remember that story you gave us about the way you wrote, which was a very gross story, David, I must say. I was wondering what you were talking about.
It's morbid.
You're retiring now and you're going to rot.
Yes.
But on a serious note, I think if you do that, that's some significance you cost people's lives or in an organization that is bigger than you, that is multiplied more than you can ever do, and it will live beyond your grave. So
thank you.
That was my take.
No, that's very helpful, Jane. Thank you. And you said it's natural. It's not scientific. It's not something, there's not a process where you can check boxes and say, right, I've done this, and therefore this is my purpose in life. And then you said you yourself are a people person, and that has grown out of your interaction with people as you grow talent, and that's your gratification. That's where you get your greatest sense of satisfaction.
And David, sorry, just to add, and that was what was done to me.
Aha, so you were pushed and you were twisted and you were challenged, and that's how come you have ended up where you are, and it's part of a natural process. Well, we must say thank you to all those people who did that to you, because again, Jane, you are a star, and we wish you well as you continue in your career. So I'd like to take the opportunity now to share my own perspective, looking back over my career, because as I said, I have only 7 more weeks. In fact, I did the calculation of the 36 years I have worked. It's about 1,900 weeks, 1,900. It's only 0.4% of my career that's left before it's expired. So what difference has purpose made in Davis and Shurtleff? And what would my advice be to other CEOs? Not just my successor, who is George Bugwa, who is following online, but to other CEOs. And I thought I would start. I already shared my personal purpose, built on the life of King David. Sorry, Alan, I don't remember there being an Alan in the Bible, but I shall have another look. But the purpose for the organization is very, very aptly captured in just a few words. It says, to improve people's lives by providing water and energy solutions across Africa. So like you, Alan, we have Africa-wide aspirations, and we want to improve people's lives. And that is something that I identify with personally. If we were making bullets, or if our company was manufacturing drugs, I wouldn't be as proud of what I do. And so I personally identify with water. And I think the only person who hasn't held up a glass of water is you, Tal. But the rest of us know that water is life. And we really enjoy the association. The power side, water and energy solutions, solar energy is very, very important. And it's ironic that it's people in the north, people in Germany, and people in other parts of the world who do not have as much solar energy. We live on the equator. Kenya is one of 13 countries on the globe that straddles the equator. And so it's incumbent on us to just use as much solar as we possibly can in the course of our lives. So that purpose is very meaningful for me. I used to answer the question, why do people stay at Davis and Shurtleff as long as they do? And just to give context to that, we have a board at the office with over 100 names of people who have served there for 25 years. In fact, it's 107. And we're just about to add 3 more in May when I retire to make it 110. And we do a survey every February, and just last month in March we got the results of that survey. And what I found very interesting is the number of staff who are 36 years and under, which is how long I have served in the company, who were not born when I started working at the company. And that number, we have 900 staff, is 70%. There's 630 staff who are in the company. And they weren't even born. So their parents met, they were conceived, they were born, they learned to walk, to talk, to kindergarten, primary, secondary, university. They've joined us, and they're still not 36. Some of them are well below that. So it's a large number. The number of staff who are willing to work for over 5 years is 54%. There is another 32% that are willing to work for over 10 years. And when you consider that most of them are millennials, I think that is quite extraordinary. And the reason for that, I used to say that we put something in the water. So we've been talking a lot about water, and I used to say we put some magic ingredient in there. They drink the water and they don't know that, that they are drinking something that makes them loyal. But I've come up with another, an acronym, MAGIC. And I want to just explain that to you, because M stands for meaning, which relates with purpose. If you have a why, both Tal and Jane have talked about why you get up in the morning. And we are going to serve a greater purpose. And if your personal purpose is aligned with the corporate purpose, then you find that you are more productive, you are more creative, more present, you give more of yourself. And so when people have meaning in their work and in their life, they contribute more. The A stands for autonomy. When they're given parameters that they can work within and they know they can make these decisions, either give this discount or help that client or sort out this problem. When you are working in an organization, you need to know what it is within your rights, what autonomy you have to do what you need to do. So A is for autonomy. G is for growth, MAGIC. If a company is flat, it's not growing, or it's worse still, if it's declining, people tend to lose interest. They see there's no future for them. And so a growing organization, as Davis and Shurtleff has been doing for many years, we have been growing at an average rate of about 15%. It's slowed down recently, but we're still growing. And that growth is exciting. And people love to be part of something that is dynamic, something that is growing. I is for impact, particularly the impact that our business has on the environment. I was in Zimbabwe 2 weeks ago with our chairman, and I had gone there with him to say goodbye to the staff there. And we were on the new premises, and we were looking at a place where can we put a container. We needed some extra storage, and there was a tree in the way. And you should have seen the horror on the staff. All of them there are under 36. When we suggested that they pull down the tree, there was absolute outrage. There is over my dead body I allow this tree to be uprooted. And so there's the connection with the environment, and the young people, even more so than the older ones, feel that this responsibility to the environment. And when we are serving, improving people's lives by providing water and energy, or water and solar solutions, people feel the impact on the environment. And the other aspect to that is the CSR, the community activities that we take part in. And it's just such an opportunity. There is so much opportunity. Alan was talking about alleviating poverty. And water is one of the first things. Instead of girls going to fetch water from the river in the morning, every morning before they can start their studies, what they do is they just go to school, because the water is provided through a solar-powered pump, and that makes a difference to their education, it makes a difference to their health, and to their overall output in life. And then the last one is for C, MAGIC, is connectedness. And when people feel connected, when they feel part of a team, when they feel part of a greater purpose, then they make a bigger contribution. So MAGIC is what I now use, is the thing that is the acronym that captures the importance of purpose, particularly the first one, M, in meaning. And so I share that with you as something that I hope will be helpful. Now I want to come to the panel because I have a question for Tal. And it's a question that again has been asked by Frank Karlberg. It says, from the introduction by David, I understand that you also write books for children. To what extent is the purpose of adults hidden in what we liked to do as children?
That's a great question. I'm glad you did ask it, because we can gain a lot of insight into who we are by looking back to childhood. You know, Jane, you spoke about authenticity. David, you amplified the idea of authenticity. And in many ways, when we're children, we are by default authentic. You know, we don't try to be authentic. We don't read books about authenticity. We simply are. And therefore, the things that we gravitate towards are very often the things that are deep-seated desires in us. Because when we talk about purpose, we have to talk about three levels. We need to talk about the universal. And the universal is that we all need a sense of meaning and purpose in life. We need to talk about the cultural, because, you know, Africa is different than North America, and Kenya is different than South Africa. We need to talk about the cultural. And then finally, we need to talk about the personal. And the personal is where authenticity comes in. And by looking back to our childhood, we very often can find, at the very least, a hint of what it is that we're meant to be doing with our lives. What turned us on when we were children? What were we excited about? What did we enjoy doing more than anything else?
Wow, thank you, Tal. That point about authenticity really rings true. Yeah, I appreciate that. There's a question for you, Jane. I know you'll have to leave shortly, but please answer this one. How did East African Breweries identify its purpose? Was it feedback from the customer or a reflective exercise by management from Desmond Odhiambo?
It's a reflective exercise and analysis from consumers. So remember, we are a consumer goods company. So whatever we do, whatever the decision we make, however we package a product, however it tastes, however it is enjoyed, wherever it is sold, it has to hit that very core consumer sort of need and consumer want and consumer satisfaction. And I think I'll give you an example. So brands have for a very long time been launched or been advertised based on their own purpose. In fact, there's some research done in 2017 through a study called Anne Brand Study, and a guy called Elderman, sorry, might be a lady, and they say that even consumers are buying brands which they feel they have a purpose in terms of their own making or their constituency. So it's the same as organizations. So that people tend to like corporate to have a purpose. So you do a lot of research based on your biggest stakeholder being the consumer, and then you work backwards. Because if you get the consumer right, then the stars kind of align. Because personally, I like the purpose. So I'll come to work at TABL because I like its purpose. And then that organization helps me bring to life my purpose. So let's say it's a study from the biggest stakeholder, who's a consumer, and then added onto it by the other stakeholders, employees and suppliers, because there's some people who will not work for us, by the way, because they don't believe about celebrating life, or it doesn't touch their core. There are some people who will not think water is something that makes sense to them. So there are people who will not even like your magic. So I think the purpose, you have to develop it based on who's your biggest constituency. And in our case, it's a consumer. So it's a lot of work.
A lot of work, basically.
A lot of work to say right.
Yeah. Yes, well done. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. There's a question here I'd like to put to Alan. What does it take to progress toward and sustain a culture where a critical mass of employees genuinely believe in the organization's purpose? This is from Ian Hotz of PowerPlay. Shall I repeat that, or did you get that?
No, I got it. And I know Ian, so that's a very typical Ian's question.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So yes, I think that's a good question. So culture, to embed what I was told, nurture. I was told never to use the word embed. So to nurture the people's culture, a couple of things have to happen. One of them is making sure that there's clarity, for example, in purpose, making sure that there's repetitive action, and also leading from the front. So you as a leader need to lead from the front. Let me explain to you something that we did so that it makes sense. So when we were grounded, we had two options. One was to roll over and die, because that was really the natural thing to do. I mean, we were flying. The other one is to think of opportunities. There's an opportunity here for us to rethink and to remodel ourselves. So we went through an exercise we called an ideation exercise. So I say to staff, I know I'm only paying you 19% of your salaries, but then you have a lot of time on your hands. So
how much was that? Just Alan, you say 19 or 90? 19?
At one point, I paid people 19%.
19, goodness me. Wow.
19%. Yeah, that was in June of 2020. And they still participated in the ideation exercise. So we started doing an ideation exercise. And the idea was, be part of creating a new Kenya Airways, think about different things that we can do to get out of the issues, the problems that we have, and then be part of bringing it to life. So we had 700, so we have 4,000 employees, and we had 700 ideas, brand new ideas, 700. We're actually still implementing some of them as we speak. And some of the ideas, I mean, some of you have heard of what we've been doing. I mean, three good ones that I think of is, one is we converted some of our aircraft or Dreamliners into, we call it repurposing, into cargo aircraft. And we are the first and only airline which has done that for Dreamliners. And we did it with our own engineers. So we can do something great. Kenyan engineers doing it for the first time in the world, and the only ones who have ever done it. So if anyone wants to convert a Dreamliner or repurpose a Dreamliner into a freighter, or what we call freighters, they would need to come to us, and we'll teach them how to do it. The other one was interesting. So again, we were and still are the first airline in Africa to develop an innovation hub. So we now have an aviation innovation hub in Nairobi, the first in Africa and the only one in Africa. And of course, because it's the first and the only one, so we have people falling over themselves to try and help develop it and support it. And I know Jen is listening to me. So we have a lot of these people who want to partner with us and develop. Again, another very interesting and rich way of doing it. So if once people are clear why it's important to have the airline, they want to plug in and be part of the solution. So I believe one of the ways of doing that is to be part of, and then repeating it. So every year we say, we want to link things. You want to link your annual appraisal to your overall objective, to your purpose, personally, and also collectively as a corporate. I mean, there are many other ways of doing it, but those are some of the things that I personally do to try and make sure that it is nurtured within the organization and developed.
Wow, thank you very much, Alan. We really appreciate that. And congratulations from being the first and only, and for not choosing not to roll over and die, but come up with a new purpose and redefine yourselves. That's brilliant. I'd like to bring closure now. The last question here is to you, Tal. Is career only a formal job in an organization? Should we redefine career? That's the question.
Yeah, so, thinking about our work as career is, of course, important. This is what leads to progress. This is what leads to personal development and organizational. The key here is how can we connect our career to our purpose? And this is a question that managers, leaders need to ask themselves. And how do we help our employees do that? And this is what us as individuals need to be asking. How can we find a career that also draws on our purpose? Because that's when we get the win-win that Drucker was so fond of, the win-win of the individual and the organization, where organizations become places where employees can flourish and through that lead to flourishing, successful organizations. And purpose is a central theme when it comes to making that connection. Personal purpose, and as Alan and Jane both pointed out, to and you, David, organizational purpose.
Thank you so much, Tal. Thank you. I just want to thank each of the panelists. Thank you very much, Jane and Alan and Tal. Unfortunately, Michele couldn't join us, but it just gave us a little bit more time to talk. It was less pressured. I'm very, very grateful for your time. I know you're under some pressure. Jane has a hard stop, and so does Alan. And Tal, I'm sure we'll get to interact more in future. I want to thank the Global Peter Drucker Forum for this opportunity involving us, and also to thank ZIA and the East African Management and Innovation Forum for involving us. This has been very exciting, and I look forward to what more is coming in the rest of the day. Thank you so much, and all the best. Goodbye.
Thank you so much from my side, David, and to all the panelists. I know it's a bit of a cliche when after a session you say you feel really inspired, but I have to say I do really feel inspired after these inputs. And I'm quite happy that today I very much feel like my job is a calling, and I'm happy to be sharing that with you. And David, I cannot believe that you're retiring. In case you are looking for a new job, I think you should become a moderator, because you're also spreading a lot of magic there.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, everyone, for this amazing session. What's happening now? We are a bit behind schedule, but what's happening now is that you actually get the time and the space to connect and converse, as we call it. So there is it's a bit loud. There is this kind of connect and converse launch that we're going to open up for you now. The link will be posted in the chat straight away. So if you want to just interact, connect with the other participants, exchange about your job or your career or your calling, your personal purpose, the purpose of your organization, everything you've heard, please feel free to now go into the Connect to Converse launch, and you can then choose there which group you want to join. It will be groups of 3, 4, 5, 6 people, however you feel. What's important, we have around 20 minutes for this now, and then we have to be back for the next session at 1:15, whatever your time zone is. What's going to happen is in this room, in this kind of Zoom space, we will be talking about when innovation is the name of the game. And in the other room, so there will also be the link to the other room later on, what great leadership looks like in the 2020s. So enjoy your conversation in Connect to Converse, maybe open the window, stretch a bit, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes for the next sessions.
In place, so laughter is almost required here. Let's start right away.
My pitch is, are trained falcons better than drones? Is it even possible?
What I want to talk to you about is one question. How can we cultivate a culture of compassion in our workplaces and use it as a force for change?
I have a question for you today. What would LinkedIn look like for an African plumber with no access to the internet?
My topic is why it's time to make business competition extinct.
My topic would be rather interesting to those of you who have solid interest in science fiction. What will happen to robots when humans take over?
Just ask you to raise the hand if you would like to hear it, and I'll estimate a percentage, and then we'll narrow that down, okay? And there are countries where they do the voting like that, you know. LinkedIn for the African plumber. Okay, I would say this is 20%.
So in this circumstance with the Falcons, we do have a technological solution. We do have a tool that's being leveraged to solve a problem. It's just not one that we, with our 21st century minds, would initially assume.
In other words, we moved from matters of our hands to matters of our minds. And in the future, I think we and society will best be served if we start including matters of the heart too.
Collaboration is an antidote to monopoly and complacency. It's about welcoming uncertainty without fear. It is to add back what Drucker called the lubricant against organizational friction.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Cabaret Scene.
I think it's just really important for young people to have an experience like this because you're given the chance, especially in the essay challenge, to write what you believe and to write from your experiences and your own ideas. And I think that opportunity afforded to young people is not something we get every day because we're naive, we don't know anything. But the fact that in this forum, in this setting, you're recognized for those ideas is truly an empowering experience and something that will influence all of the winners here for the future.
There's so many big names here, The funny thing was when I was coming over in the plane, I bought a copy of the Harvard Business Review, and it had Roger Martin, who was one of the speakers, and I'm on the plane and I'm reading Roger Martin, and thinking, I'm going to be seeing him in a few days, and I mean that's how big it really is now, with Clayton Christensen and all that sort of thing, and I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the center of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah.
And the thing that I love the most is you get such senior management professionals, business and industry leaders, and when you hear them speak, they are actually still open to what you have to say. That is something which is not very commonly found anywhere across the globe. So Peter Drucker Global Forum gives you that opportunity to share your thoughts and ideas, and there are people who are icons in that field who are ready to listen to you and share their views about it.
The people who would apply to the Drucker Challenge are people who are incredibly ambitious, incredibly talented, really interesting people who travel, who are entrepreneurs, who are researchers, who wear multiple hats. So being able to meet them and then have a new group of friends across the world, I think everything has been fascinating, but that would be the number one thing that I've loved.
Vienna is Europe's best kept secret. Everything about it is amazing, it's beautiful. I'm particularly impressed by the fact that they balance art and history with technology and modernity and without either being in conflict. That's amazing, and I wish everyone else in the world could learn from it.
one of the interesting things that I've experienced here is not just in my interactions with the experts, the academics and the business practitioners, but also my peers who have come through the Drucker Challenge as well. And the thoughts and ideas that we share amongst each other are surprisingly not that disconnected from the types of ideas that the leaders are talking about as well.
When I first was involved in the Drucker Challenge, in particular, I was the one person that wasn't a traditional MBA person working in the corporate space. Now I'm amazed by the diversity and the size of the group of exciting and interesting people from working in all different sectors and from all across the world. So I'm excited by how diverse and how interesting the Drucker Challenge participants are.
To know what's going to happen 20 years from now, you should be at the Drucker Forum, because a lot of those ideas are being germinated right now over here.
I think Richard Stroud was right when he said it's really the center of gravity now for management thinking. It's been an incredible experience and getting to network and meet new people. Yeah,
it's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight. And so you learn a lot by being here.
Today, we have a situation where the human dimension could be considered under siege.
I think it's an unbelievable collection of great thinkers. They're the people here that I learned from, like Roger Martin, Rita McGrath, Bill Fisher. There's so many inspiring thinkers that I love coming back because I can learn so much from them, and it influences my thinking. So that's what I really come for, is new ideas, but also interesting questions that come up. And I think what's great this year, there were even more business leaders. So this collection, this mix, makes it really intriguing.
These leaders understand that most innovations are not the result
of some individual genius having an aha moment. Their innovation comes from collections of people, collaborations of people who have diverse perspectives, diverse expertise.
The Drucker Forum is a great place where everyone can feel uncomfortable. You have to question your beliefs about what proper management is within an organization, but also how do you actually really drive a more dynamic relationship between different actors in the economy, between different types of public actors, civil society organizations, and privately organized companies. Too often we silo these questions. One is about policy, one is about management, one is about movements. The Drucker Forum is a place where these three forces can come together.
Drucker really stands out because of the way he combined deep intellectual rigor and deep study with a very compassionate, almost activist heart to challenge some of the main issues of our time. And now we see leaders who are actually taking very bold steps and academics who are providing frameworks and ideas for those who are interested in making an impact. It's a business forum where it helps you do better business, but it doesn't believe that profits are an end in themselves, but rather a byproduct of doing the right things.
Today,
Welcome to the Cabaret Simpo. It's one of the most traditional theaters that we have here in Vienna. And typically on the stage, it will be required to say something so that the audience is well entertained. So this is not a stern place, so laughter is almost required here. Let's start right away.
My pitch is, are trained falcons better than drones? Is it even possible?
What I want to talk to you about is one question. How can we cultivate a culture of compassion in our workplaces and use it as a force for change?
I have a question for you today. What would LinkedIn look like for an African plumber with no access to the internet?
My topic is why it's time to make business competition extinct.
My topic would be rather interesting to those of you who have solid interest in science fiction. What will happen to robots when humans take over?
Just ask you to raise the hand if you would like to hear it, and I'll estimate a percentage, and then we'll narrow that down, okay? And there are countries where they do the voting like that, you know. LinkedIn for the African plumber. Okay, I would say this is 20%.
So in this circumstance with the falcons, we do have a technological solution. We do have a tool that's being leveraged to solve a problem. It's just not one that we, with our 21st century minds, would initially assume.
In other words, we moved from matters of our hands to matters of our minds. And in the future, I think we and society will best be served if we start including matters of the heart too.
Collaboration is an antidote to monopoly and complacency. It's about welcoming uncertainty without fear. It is to add back what Drucker called the lubricant against organizational friction.
Are we in our own little group right now?
I don't think so. I think somebody's meant to introduce our session.
Hi, Kurt. Hi, Brenda. No worries. There are still people who are in the Connect to Converse, which is our conversation lodge. So we will give them a few more minutes to come back before we get started here. Okay. So maybe just a little reminder for everyone who's kind of just been on a little break instead of the conversation launch. I hope you had time to maybe open your windows, stretch a bit, get a glass of water, since we heard water is life in the previous session.
Right now, it's coffee for me.
Kurt, for you, it's coffee. Well, I know that for you, it's always a bit earlier than for us. So I'm happy you look awake and you know, energized.
We'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, we will. I'll tell you more about that after I've heard you in the session. So maybe just a little reminder for everyone who hasn't made their decision yet. Here in this Zoom room, we're going to be talking about when innovation is the name of the game. And then the other room, and you should have the link in the chat as well, that we'll be talking about what great leadership looks like in the 2020s. So just make up your mind which session you'd like to join at this moment, and we'll get started in a minute. So before we get started, I'm also reminding everyone who's already here, because I see we do have a lot of people with us already. Maybe once again, try to do this kind of active listening exercise. Take 2 Post-its. On one Post-it, make a little question mark, on one a little exclamation mark, and then just take notes. On the question mark, everything that's new to you, where you're curious, where you have a question, you might not understand exactly. And on the exclamation mark, really things that you want to remember, that you want to tell your colleagues tomorrow, that are your key takeaways. And at all times, I've seen that's been happening already. Feel free to use the chat for your conversations amongst each other, for your comments, for your links, for your posted articles, whatever it might be. And also feel free to put the questions to our speakers in the chat. And with this, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you, also the ones who are back from the Connect to Converse launch. I hope you had great conversations there. And I'm welcoming you to the session When Innovation is the Name of the Game. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to our chair in this session, Brenda Mbati. Brenda is the president of General Electric's East Africa. She's responsible for leading its operations in the region with a focus on strategic partnerships, localization efforts, and the acceleration of GE's digital industrial transformation. Brenda also leads the GE International Markets Inclusion and Diversity Council, and at the moment serves as the president of the American Chamber of Commerce. Brenda, it's my great pleasure to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Katharina. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone who's joining us today. It's my great pleasure to be the chair of this panel, especially because we have 4 very esteemed panelists. This particular session is looking at when innovation is the name of the game. And what we had detailed was that businesses these days don't last long if they can't launch new products and new services. And basically at the corporate level, innovation actually drives top-line growth. But at the society level, it actually can deliver quality of life gains and economic prosperity. And indeed, in the previous session, we heard about how water is life and what this meant to 2 very different companies, i.e. East African Breweries and indeed Davis and Shetland, and what their purpose means. But given how important innovation is, why do most corporates and indeed most organizations struggle to innovate. So in my panel today, I want to introduce you to the panelists. I'm going to start with Hal Gregersen. Hal is a senior lecturer in leadership and innovation at MIT Sloan School of Management. He's a former executive director of the MIT Leadership Center, a fellow at InnoSight, and a co-founder of the Innovators DNA Consulting Group. He's also an inspirational speaker and has worked with renowned organizations such as Chanel, Disney, Patagonia, UNICEF, and the World Economic Forum. And he's been recognized by Thinkers 50 as one of the world's most innovative minds. He has authored or co-authored 10 books, translated into 15 languages, including his most recent bestseller, Questions Are the Answers, a breakthrough approach to your most vexing problems at work and in life. That's very interesting. And indeed also his book, The Innovator's DNA, Mastering the 5 Skills of Disruptive Innovators, where he co-authored this book with Clayton Christensen and Jeff Dyer. Hal and his wife, Susie Lee, lived in England, France, and the UAE before moving to Boston's North Shore, where Susie works as a sculptor and Hal pursues his lifelong avocation of photography. So welcome to Hal. I then want to introduce you to Peter Jonjo. Peter Jonjo is the co-founder and group CEO of Twiga Foods, a B2B e-commerce company that focuses on food and groceries in the informal retail sector. Twiga currently employs 1,000 people and has 100,000 customers, delivering to about 10,000 a day. Most recently, Twiga Foods was named as one of the 100 most influential companies by Time magazine. What an enviable feat, Peter. Prior to taking up his role at Twiga, Peter spent 21 years with the Coca-Cola Company, with his last role being president of Western Central Africa Business Unit, which was made up of 33 countries, but was based in Lagos, Nigeria. Prior to that, Peter led the Coca-Cola business in East Africa, overseeing 6 countries, including Kenya. As I was being introduced, I was named as the current president for AmCham in Kenya, but I'd like to now also state that Peter has been a previous president of AmCham in Kenya. I now want to move to Kurt Carlson. Kurt Carlson is currently a professor at Northeastern University and Worcester Polytechnic Institute, where he teaches innovation to students, professors, and companies based on the Innovation for Impact I4I value creation methodology he developed with his many partners. Carlson has been a member of numerous boards, including Nuance Communications, Pyramid Vision Technologies, Sensar, and Sarif. He was a member of the General Motors Science and Technology Advisory Board. And lastly, but definitely not least, let me introduce Joseph Rehman, who is the founder and group CEO for Victory Farms here in Kenya and Kivu Choice in Rwanda. Joseph is the founder and the CEO for both these companies, where he established Victory Farms in 2015, which has the mission to be the world's most sustainable fish business and provide high nutrition protein to the mass market in Africa. In 2021, which is last year, and most recently, he led the launch of Kivu Choice Rwanda as part of an exciting regional expansion plan across East African markets. Joseph was born in Egypt and has been immersed in frontier markets for most of his life, a true entrepreneur. He is passionate about the positive impact of capital markets and strongly believes that the world today needs responsible financial and operational architects to develop new markets and ensure the fruits of capitalism are inclusive. So with those brief introductions, let's now move to the actual panel. I'm going to start with a question that I'm going to pose to Hal. Hal, what changes to management education may equip managers today with knowledge and competencies that they need, especially when we look at the role of innovation?
Well, let me just I was going to share something, but it's not working technically. So I'm going to just go straight into describing it directly. It's a great question about how do we change management education, because in so many ways, innovation is not at the core of management education, including the universities I've typically taught at throughout the world. At MIT, we have a unique brand of education. We don't train leaders per se, but we call it challenge-driven leadership. That means I don't follow you because you're you. I follow you because you care so deeply about a challenge that's bigger than you. And I'm just as excited as you are about those challenges, like we just heard on the video from these young people. So I join you with that challenge. I've got expertise you don't have. You don't care what my background is. I have something important to give to the group. We step up, we step back when we're trying to contribute that knowledge. We're working the problem. Where's the data? Hopelessly analytical, reframing the questions, constantly experimenting and prototyping. That's the way MIT graduates operate. Dr. Lisa Su, who's now the CEO of AMD, a computer chip manufacturer around the world, she said, she's an MIT graduate, she said, the best piece of advice I got when I was young as an engineer was to run towards problems, literally. And so she learned that young. When she joined AMD, their stock price was the lowest possible ever, literally. And she then guided that organization to something that's spectacularly successful today. And it has that challenge-driven approach to it. Every day she asks herself and her team, how should we build our roadmap for the future? It's a question that creates a conversation. She, like other MIT alumni, are just like 100+ innovators that Clayton Christensen, Jeff Dyer, and I interviewed. People like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Diane Green, who's currently the chair of MIT Corporation, founded VMware years ago. These sorts of people, we asked them, how did you get the new ideas that led to these businesses that changed the world? And Elon Musk said, the tough thing is figuring out what questions to ask. And once you do that, the rest is easy. He has founded companies like these other innovators. They're all over the world. They have an innovation premium, which means investors pay them an extra premium for their share of a stock because they believe that company is going to do something different in the future that they're not doing today. And it's not just the high-profile companies like Tesla or SpaceX that do this. One of those innovation premium companies is Keyence Corporation. They manufacture monitors for manufacturing environments. They're a B2B business. They are one of the most innovative companies in the world. And in that organization, every day their people ask, why are we even doing this? They ask that inside the company. They ask that with their clients. It's a question that can cause defensiveness because we're trying to protect politically what we're doing, but they do it with an honest integrity, just trying to figure out what's the challenge, what are we trying to really solve for here? So the starting point, frankly, for innovation is we create a psychologically safe enough space that people can show up every morning, every day, excited about challenges they care about. And as managers, we create that space so they can find those challenges, tackle them relentlessly, and make them move forward. To do that, in this Innovators DNA work, we discovered 5 skills that these leaders use. They ask questions that challenge the status quo non-stop. That takes a psychologically safe space to do it. They don't just ask questions for questioning's sake because that is annoying. They're responsible. They ask a question, they get up, they get into the world, they observe the world like anthropologists, watching people, process, product use, service use, trying to figure out what are the true jobs to be done or needs out there. They network with people who are not like them, just like you are here at this conference. They don't try to talk to people in their same industry who are like them. They try to find people who can spark new ideas and insights. They rapidly experiment and prototype. They're not afraid to fail because they see that as one way that doesn't work on a path to a way that does work. And they do those actions, literally, you can see them behaving differently, enables them to think differently. They connect the dots, they think associationally, they think divergently. Now, let me give you a quick example. My daughter and her husband have lived in Nairobi for over a decade. Our daughter does half of her week in Somalia, doing all sorts of work with aid organizations there. Our son-in-law, he recently founded a company that used all these skills, questioning, observing, networking, experimenting, associational thinking, in order to found one of the world's best gin companies based in Nairobi. It's called Procera Gin. Guy Brennan was on holiday with our daughter. They noticed these 30-meter tall juniper trees, Juniperus procera, that only grow in that part of the world. They noticed the berries sitting there, thousands and millions of them on the ground, that were unused because the forest was no longer being used for bark. Guy made this connection because he enjoys drinking. I've never drunk a bit of alcohol in my life, but he enjoys it. And he's like, what if we use those juniper berries to make the world's best gin? Long story short, he scoured Africa for all kinds of components that go into that gin and to the spices that go with it. And it comes from roughly 8 to 10 different countries. Every element that goes into it, he's tried to build business locally to make it succeed. And literally now, it's one of the best gins in the world. And finally, if you're in Nairobi, you can buy it there. They finally got the ability to do that. Now, what Guy was doing is what I think a lot of people do across Africa to solve problems they face, and they're real and they are huge. They ask questions that change the situation. They reframe it. They watch the world very carefully. They talk to different people. They experiment and try things, and this literally enables them to think differently. We know from our data of 25,000 leaders around the world, including in Africa, if we engage with our problems using those 5 skills, we will get new business ideas, change our business models, find new products and services, and new process that are valuable if that's how we do it. It's actively getting up, getting out of our offices into the world, being vulnerable, being exposed, actively seeking data that's not coming at us. We have to find it.
Thank you. Hal, that's a wonderful story. And we look forward to trying that Procera because it is actually a very unique gin. And what a powerful story. And it's great to know that Guy is your son-in-law. I think the tech team has managed to allow you to try to share your video. And I think because you really wanted to, we'd like to let you do that. But, as we wait for you to try and sort that out, we will remember the nuggets. It's about the challenge-driven leadership, about running towards problems and, challenging the status quo. And as you say, take the time to go out and get there. So before I move to another question I'll pose to both Peter and Joseph, are you able to play your video, Hal?
Nope, it won't let me.
It won't let you. I'm so sorry. Well, we'll keep trying as the session continues.
We'll let it go. It's not a problem.
We'll let it go. Okay, well, thank you. So now I want to pose a question to both Peter and Joseph, who are both based in Nairobi, Kenya, and I would say some very successful entrepreneurs in their own rights. So, in Africa, key to the human dimension is economic growth and the elevation of poverty. So how do business leaders like yourselves address business on a human scale, using that aspect through innovation? So how do you address your business on a human scale? Maybe we start with you, Joseph.
Yeah, very happy to, and thanks very much, Brenda. And Hal, great also to learn about the Procera connection. So it's a wonderful gin. But look, thank you everyone for, in terms of that question, that fundamental human element in the question is, I love the connection between the human element and innovation, because I think making that connection is powerful. And so in the Victory Farms context, we grow fish in Lake Victoria and distribute them through a cold chain all throughout today Kenya and very soon East Africa. And the way that we approach that is, so basically Victory Farms has a completely vertically integrated supply chain, from feed to fish to distribution through tens of thousands of market ladies. And the reason that this is, the reason that I guess that the innovation element comes out is through the ownership of the complete value chain. We've been able to take a step back and say, okay, how does this so let me take a quick step back with you. Tilapia farming has existed in Africa for 4,000 years. Tilapia farming is essentially the same industry as it was 4,000 years ago when the Egyptian people in the Pharaoh's times used to farm tilapia. So tilapia farming today, unfortunately, looks very similar to how it looked 4,000 years ago. So to some extent, this lack of innovation in the value chain, the lack of innovation for thousands of years has led to kind of an increasing poverty trap where it becomes increasingly difficult for any actor within the smallholder ecosystem to be able to have enough resources or capabilities to take a step back and apply any form of sort of management elements that Hal was referring to. So what the benefit of the innovation that Victory Farms has brought is through the end-to-end value chain, we're able to look at how should this industry actually look. It's possible to go and physically observe the production of fish in a pond and say, well, that doesn't make sense, and that doesn't make sense, and that doesn't make sense. But it's only through the complete vertical integration that we're able to look at it and holistically say, well, through the application of existing technologies and the development of new technologies, we can go into that sector and we can recreate how it works. And so let me highlight, in terms of the value chain, one aspect is smallholder participation in tilapia production is prevalent throughout the world. There's tens of millions of smallholders engaged in tilapia production today. But like I said, those smallholders can't by themselves engage in the innovative process. So what happened was we decided to take a big risk. Our lead investors, one of the biggest names in fish, founded and ran the world's biggest fish farm, $10 billion market cap. We presented an idea to him. And as we understood the value chain better, we said, well, what would happen if we could take egg production, which currently we do everything, and outsource that to smallholders? So his immediate reaction wasn't no, himself having innovated the salmon industry as today's largest salmon farm. But his reaction was, that would be interesting because smallholder production is possible and egg production within our context is the easiest portion of our value chain. But his response was, but you're going to have to prove to me that you can run multiple iterations in parallel. And I love that response as an entrepreneur, because here's my lead investor, who's quite a conservative chap, who came forward and said, yes, but prove to me that kind of the single element which I'm worried about, which is how do you scale smallholders, that became his focus point. So we went back, this was a couple of years ago, and we launched the first basically separation in the industry between large player like us and smallholders. And we set up a pond and farming system on a smallholder plot. And we've now set up an egg collection system in conjunction with that smallholder. The innovation is to some extent a business model innovation, highly punctuated and connected with IoT and devices. So we're monitoring water quality on a smallholder plot, a whole bunch of things that would have thought to have been impossible. And the remarkable piece is we have been profitable for the smallholder. By we, I mean us together with the small. His name is Alex. Let's be clear. So together with Alex, he's been profitable in this arrangement from the first month. And once we sold the first fish from it, which takes 10 months to grow, we were profitable too, even including all the CapEx. And so what that tells you is that, and then of course, to my investors' concerns, we're running multiple in parallel. But the point being, to be able to take the business model apart and try to rebuild something that hasn't been done anywhere else in the world, I think takes an approach where, of course, you've got to have the right infrastructure, right people, right systems and such, but you have to be surrounded by decision makers who are with you in terms of, let's go ahead and take calculated risks that make sense. Let's iterate our way to improvement. Nobody thought that this was going to change the industry in 1 year. We're in our second or third year of doing it, and it's now clear that it probably will change the tilapia industry on the continent. But that's much easier to see today than it was years ago. And then the further point, I like what Hal said about physically going somewhere and seeing it. So as a bit of a personal anecdote, I was visiting an employee who was off on maternity leave, who'd very generously named her child after me. And I was sitting there watching her crop, which had failed, her family's crop, which had failed. And I was thinking about the well-being of her newborn child. And I was also watching, just several hundred meters away, millions of liters of Victory Farms nutrified water draining back into Lake Victoria. And I thought, this is crazy. Why aren't fish farms and horticulture farms brothers and sisters? And so I had a very strong emotional reaction to that. And I messaged all my investors, now board, and I said, we've got to be thinking bigger than just fish. And so they, again, actually had the same response. And so basically we then said, well, then what we need to do is combine the pilots. And so now what we've done is abutted to a pond outgrower, which produces eggs for Victory Farms, which we then take and turn into fish and sell. We also have an advanced horticulture system, all powered by IoT and whatnot. Of course, lots of labor connected to it. And we've now got the cheapest tomatoes in Homa Bay County, which enables thousands and thousands of people in our area to be able to eat more affordably, obviously creates lots of jobs and long-term employment prospects, all by physically observing something that doesn't make sense, being willing to question the industry's standard practice, which is not partnering with other types of food. And then, of course, being surrounded by the right people and the right environment to take that risk. And as always, then once you pilot and get some results, iterate and iterate to get to something that works better. Thanks.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Moving to Peter, and adding and enhancing what Joseph had said. Just at the end, he said the right people, the right decision makers to take that calculated risk. And then indeed this issue of reiteration upon reiteration upon reiteration. And that's what innovation is about, and being given that space to do it. I hand this over to you, Peter. Tell us more.
Thank you so much, Brenda, and just also want to express my gratefulness for having me on this panel. My story starts with a banana, and a couple of years back, we realized that a banana in the UK costs the same as a banana in Nairobi. And I asked myself, how can one banana travel 4,000 miles? And the other banana is basically grown up in the neighborhood, and they both cost the same. Something doesn't add up. And that's the question that we started Twigger Foods on. And the more we went into this, we started realizing something very, very fundamental. And that's around the fragmentation of retail. The retail industry is so fragmented and so inefficient that that inefficiency then leads to a very, very high cost of food. Just want to give an example, and I got this from one of Professor Clay Christensen's book around, it was around how nations create wealth. I can't remember the exact title. And one of the things that he mentioned is that after the Civil War, Americans were spending about 52% of their disposable income on food. The interesting thing is that today, a lot of African countries are spending between 50 and 60% of their disposable income on food. The Americans today only spend 6.9%. And that's a huge delta from where they were previously. And when you go to the US, you see it in the expenditure that's in housing, in vehicles, in entertainment, in services. And that's basically how economies modernize. So what changed in the US that is very, very different from where we are today? And what changed in the US was around retail. Retail started formalizing. You had lots of retailers build significant infrastructure in the last 150 years to a point where America's two biggest retailers control about $1 trillion of consumer spend. That's Amazon and Walmart. It makes it very easy for everyone else to plug into that system and really deliver food efficiently, really deliver goods efficiently. And that type of consolidation is what we lack on the continent. So when we started looking at retailers, we saw three big problems. One is because of the informality of retailer and the size of these businesses, logistics as a component of cost of the goods was very, very high. Some instances, some retailers are spending 40 to 50% of the cost of the goods in last mile delivery of food into their retail outlets. That is not sustainable. Second thing is the issue around quality. And what we realize is that quality, when you're having this type of setup, is sometimes so poor that 50% of the food is lost before it gets to consumers. This is food that is wasted purely based on poor handling along the way. And then the third thing that we realized was that retailers were buying how much they could afford, not what their businesses required, because they did not have sufficient working capital. So you always have this perennial out of stock when you go into some of these retailers, and you can see the behavior where, you know, I go here, I look for toothpaste, I can't find it, I go to the next one, I don't have it, the next one, yep, I got some toothpaste. So the key thing is that, you know, everyone has accepted out of stock as being something that is acceptable. So what we do as Twigger is that we're building basically a back office for this informal retail. This informal retail is essentially about 80% of retail spend across the continent, or the retail industry across the continent. So you're talking about $700 billion of consumer spend that is actually incurred through these small mom and pop stores. So the way we look at it as Twigger is we then need to develop technology that solves this problem. So one thing that we've done is that now we've built an app that has been driving a lot of the interaction with our retailers. So they go onto our app and they're able to order anything that they need to order. We deliver it to the retailers in 24 hours. As a result of that, you know, our trucks cover about 12,000 kilometers every day, dropping about 12,000 orders, which means that every 3.5 days, we basically go around the world. I like throwing that in there just for effect.
So, it worked. I won't ask you about the cost of fuel or whether you have it to get around this world.
I'm still recovering from that, but we'll talk about that next year after I figure out a solution around fuel. So the second bit is that we realize that we need to produce food at scale. So we worked with smallholder farmers, but we realized that there were certain value chains where we really struggled with smallholder farmers. So what we've done is that on certain crops, we've set up our own farms where we're vertically integrated into the informal retail, again, selling into the small mom and pop stores. So soon we'll have one of the region's biggest irrigation projects, and we'll be one of the largest producers of fresh produce in sub-Saharan Africa going into informal retail. And just to give you context, we'll be able to ship about 400 metric tons of produce from our farms to the informal retail starting from June this year. And right now, we're also commissioning Africa's largest banana ripening facility. So we should now have quality control and ship out about 1 million bananas a day to the informal retail. So again, a lot of innovation in terms of how do you take a non-standardized industry? How do you take an industry where quality is second nature and really improve everything, and over and above that, lower the cost of food? So we're also confident that by August of this year, we will be selling our food 20 to 30% cheaper than the rest of the market. So, and I think that for us It's just how innovation has helped us solve that problem. The last bit is around financial inclusion. We realize that, a lot of retailers are paying exorbitant rates for accessing capital. So we introduced a new product a new financial product that's actually embedded into our app. And we use an AI algorithm that helps us determine how much credit we should give to every retailer. And we've launched a product where we're now giving 48 hours interest-free credit to the informal retail. And it's been amazing that in the last 6 months, the amount of money that we lend to our informal retail has doubled every month. And when I look at where the business was 12 months ago, just in terms of our fintech business, that's grown by about 100x. So again, it means that we're actually solving a real problem in the market, and that's really resonating well with our customer base. So that's basically what we do on a daily basis. The way we see ourselves is we're the back office for informal retailers.
Well done. Thank you, Peter. And this constantly looking for new ways to innovate and to solve solutions, especially with financial inclusion and, keeping your costs down and looking to see how, retail is a very interesting trade. So very happy that someone is looking at it and trying to scale up here in Africa. Kurt, next question is to you. We've heard from the 3 previous panelists, but I want to still probe a little more to say, how can we unlock more human potential to really open up our creativity and really get us thinking about innovation? And I think, do we allow ourselves to fail and then to keep going?
Okay. Well, thank you. It's a great question. And the answer is we can multiply the world's collective intelligence and creativity by enormous amounts by doing the right things. I want to share with you an epiphany that I had. I used to work for RCA and GE, and they didn't teach me really how to be a value creator or an innovator. They were great companies, but they don't teach the kind of things that really have transformed my life. I became CEO of a very famous company in Silicon Valley called SRI International. It had been failing for 20 years. It was close to bankruptcy. The buildings were falling down, and basically everybody was mad at everybody. And what we did is we brought in some ideas that I'll describe very briefly, and we transformed the place. We grew 3.5 times, and we systematically were creating one multi-billion-dollar business after another. Intuitive Surgical, that's 120 billion. Nuance, that was 20 billion. High definition television, my goodness, what's that worth? And the last thing when I was there was Siri, which was bought by Steve Jobs personally from us for the iPhone. So the same people who'd been failing for 20 years with no money to start out with, now had learned how to be value creators and innovators, and they were literally changing the world. And that changed my life too. And it's why I now teach, because I saw when we give people these skills, it's a life skill that transforms their lives. It's also interesting to me that there's a quote from Gary Hamel. Every leader will at least give lip service to the idea that the world is moving faster and we need to do a better job in innovation. But if you go into an enterprise and ask people to describe their innovation system, you get blank looks. They have none. That's what we see all over the world. They have none. And you can prove that to yourself just by going in and asking them Gary Hamel's question. And people believe, Brenda, you just said something that people often say, that the goal of innovation is to fail fast to succeed early. It's actually not. The goal of innovation is to learn fast. It's to learn fast. I never use the word failure, never. It's all about learning. If we're learning, I feel good, we're going in the right direction. Obviously, we're in a world of enormous opportunity all over Africa. It doesn't matter where you are. Basically, nothing's been done yet. But again, we've worked with thousands of teams, and typically in a big company, you'll find that only about 25% of what they're working on has any value for anybody. Most of what they're working on is failure. And we don't tell them that. We just give them a framework for them to decide that what they're working on really wouldn't matter. And where do those failures start? Well, they actually start right at the start. Right from the beginning, Musk was mentioned. Musk sticks to the fundamentals. and he can make sure he's going in the right direction before he starts to spend real money. That's a skill. That's a skill that can be taught. And what we find is that failure is not unique to companies. Most incubators fail, lose money. Most tech transfer programs at universities don't make money. It's pretty much across the board. And the reason is there's no thoughtful innovation process. And people are confused. If you go into a company, ask people, for example, what do you call, there's 4,000 mousetraps. How many are used? Well, probably less than 20. What are they called if they're not used? They're inventions. They're not innovations. To be an innovation, people have to use it. So the most basic concepts are basically not really widely understood, even in big companies. Value creation is the process of addressing an important unmet customer and market need with a solution that's better than any alternative and that addresses the needs of all stakeholders. It doesn't become an innovation until it's delivered into the marketplace with a viable or a sustainable business model. Ask a team, what's the definition for customer value? They generally don't know. It's benefits over cost. Ask a team what the definition is for a value proposition. They generally don't know. There are at least 4 questions that always must be answered. What's the unmet need? What's the approach for the offering and the business model? What are the benefits per cost or the value of the idea? And how does that compare to the competition? Just 4 questions: need, approach, benefits per cost, competition. If you can't answer those 4 questions, you probably haven't figured out what you're doing yet. And we've asked that question of thousands of teams. And you know how many, Brenda, have been able to answer those 4 questions so far?
How many?
None. Not a single one.
Peter and Joseph, take the challenge.
Not a single one. So we've determined that there are 3 principles that if they're in place, there's a very good chance of innovative success. And if they're missing, basically none. First off, people have to know how to identify important unmet customer and market needs. If it's not important, it's not going to make an impact. It doesn't matter. The second is you need to have shared language and concepts for value creation. Interdisciplinary teams all bring their own language and concepts, but it'd be basically a Tower of Babel until you give them the shared language of the customer so they can collaborate efficiently. Companies don't do that. And the third thing is you need to have recurring, what we call value creation forums. These are positive, supportive, exciting meetings where people come together, give very short presentations, and we use a family of reframing techniques to help them go from what a problem is to an unmet need and finally to the solution. So just 3 things, but if they're missing, and you can check this when you walk into a company, do they have metrics for important problems? Do they have shared language? And do they have a recurring team value creation form of some sort? If they don't have those 3 things, you can almost be guaranteed you're going to see a lot of failure. So because innovation, value creation is about learning, that's a side point here is you need to use the best learning techniques, and that's called active learning. That's a whole separate talk. Most methodologies violate those principles and they're not very effective. For example, the business model Canvas, which is used all over the world, is too complicated to be an effective value creation method. So we recommend people avoid that. A point Hal mentioned that I like to emphasize too is value creation applies to every profession. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter whether you're an artist, whether you're a researcher, whether you're a CEO, value creation and innovation is one of your fundamental responsibilities. And if you do not know how to do that, then you're not going to be very effective. In my experience around the world, very few people know how to do that. Which brings me to my last point, education. Hal mentioned this again. Most business schools do not teach people how to be value creators. Maybe there are parts of MIT that do, and Stanford, other places, but for the most part, it's not taught. We hired PhDs from every great university you could imagine when I was the CEO of SRI. None of them came to us knowing how to create value. There wasn't a single one. They could all solve problems, but they couldn't solve problems that had meaning for others. That is the job of a professional. Not just solving problems that have meanings for others. So when you think about a university, what's the job of an engineer? Well, value creation. How about most math, biology, chemistry, and physics grads? Well, solving problems for others. Economics, business, art, media, social sciences, political science. It should be, political science should be about solving problems that have meaning for others. But how many of those graduates understand how to do this? Almost zero. It's not taught. Now, there are schools, Hal's at one, MIT, that's working to do this. Obviously, there are programs at Stanford, the B School, BioX program, great programs. Aalto University in Finland is a terrific example of trying to pioneer ways to give students these skills. And one of the universities I teach, Worcester Polytech, it's a medium-sized science and technology university outside of Boston. It pioneered project-based education decades ago. It really brought forward the idea that a STEM education was not enough. You had to be able to work in teams to be able to really solve big, important problems, and WPI pioneered that. Then they added global, because to be successful in today's world, you have to know how to work with different cultures around the world. So it pioneered that. And right now, what WPI is pioneering is how do we give the students the value creation and the innovation skills they need to thrive in today's world? And we believe it'll be the first university in the world where all the graduates will end up with a great STEM education to solve hard problems, multiple team projects to learn how to collaborate in teams, a global experience where they actually go abroad and work on projects, not sit in the bistro in Paris someplace, but also have mastered some of the most fundamental value creation skills that will actually determine and distinguish them throughout their career. So that's what I'm passionate about, because I've seen when people who you might consider to be ordinary researcher or ordinary professionals have these skills, going back to Brenda, your challenge to me, what happens to their creativity? What happens to their productivity? It gets transformed. And right now, the world is not doing enough of that. And I hope Africa will embrace some of these ideas and start teaching these kinds of skills to their people. Once you have these life skills, it really is a gift. It's the one set of skills that only becomes more valuable as you go through your career. That's my hope for Africa, as it is my hope for the rest of the world.
Thank you, Kurt, and thank you for those good wishes for Africa. You mentioned active learning, and I will now stand corrected. Through my active learning, I'm going to know that the goal of innovation is to learn fast. It's not about using the word failure.
Never use
so if
that
I
word.
picked up one thing, that's what I picked up. And thank you for that. It will make us all the more knowledgeable. You know, we have 15 minutes left in the session. And that's another thing that I've taken from this, is to also know to identify what is important. So I want to also make sure that I give time for a couple of questions towards the end, but I will ask another set of questions to all the panelists, and then ask us to try and be as succinct as possible, with all due respect, so that we can allow for a few questions from the audience. We're really excited to hear what we have to say today. In terms of innovation, I think, you know, we can't set aside what has happened to us over the last 2 years. You know, what are the lessons we can take from this COVID-19 crisis that we all experienced? The sort of dilemmas that we all faced as business leaders. And so let's look at that and unpack it. And for each one of our panelists, can you say, how can we learn from this experience? And I'm not saying it's over yet, but how innovation can be prioritized, integrated, and at the same time to serve the best needs of humanity. Because I think we've learned a lot of lessons in this last 2 years. And with that, I'm going to open the floor, and maybe I'll start with you, Peter.
Thank you so much, Brenda. So for us, COVID was an interesting season. So, but one thing that really helped us was to really refocus on who we are around our values. You know, our first value is around putting customer first. So when we looked at the challenges our customers were facing, many customers were facing reduced demand from the consumers who were living around them. They were facing challenges around sourcing of product. And one of the things we tried to figure out is how can we remove the friction of commerce to our retailers? So this is a time where we really tried to reinvent our digital app. we co-created this with our retailers to try and figure out how can we further remove any friction that is actually standing in the way of most of these retailers. And some interesting results having co-created that with our retailers. One of the things that we realized is that some of the phones that they were having, were having limitations in terms of accessing some of this data. So when we co-created this, we tried to resolve all that. And what came out is, one is we measure our Net Promoter Score. So our Net Promoter Score with our retailers moved from 44 to 70 within a 12-month period. And the second thing is that, a lot of people then say, hey, by the way, I don't think informal retailers would use apps. For us, the most interesting thing was that when we started this journey, only 20% of our revenue was going through the app. By the time we were done, let's say last month, 70% of our revenue now is going through the app, which is more like a 2.5x growth in terms of the number of users that we have. And I think that for us is just being very, very focused around who our core is. The other three values is that we own our work, so accountability. We need to ensure that, if we see something that needs to get sorted out for a consumer, we fix it. The third thing is around simplicity. Keep it simple. It needs to be easy to communicate across the organization and clearly state what it is that we're trying to do. And the last thing is that we're good guys. We try to ensure that, everything that we do is geared towards making the lives of our customers and everybody around us better.
Thank you. You're good guys. Thank you for that. We can attest to that. Maybe I'll go to you quickly, Joseph.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. And I like Peter's point on that too, because I think that values are an important, when you're in a crisis like that, it does ask you, the crisis asks of your team, how are we going to respond to this, and how do the corporate values actually shine? As I'm sure many of you are aware, but COVID was the beginning of what is now a multi-year global supply chain crisis. And that impacted millions of consumers across East Africa in terms of their availability of fresh fish. So before Victory Farms came along, and there was a collapse of wild fish many, many years ago in Lake Victoria, so the greater East African region, unfortunately or unfortunately, most of the fish demand was being met with imports from China. But with China being possibly the source of the virus and supply chains crashing, the underserved markets became acutely underserved. And so we responded to that by significantly increasing our presence in smaller towns, much smaller towns than one would have expected, and then trying to focus on freshness for the market ladies, something that they had. Market ladies are our main customer. And I just had this sitting next to me, so I'll use it as a visual prop. But we have developed, we have developed a cold chain that goes from our production point through processing all the way to tens of thousands of market ladies all across Kenya. And we do it all within 36 hours in a non-electrified, and that's really a key, that there is no, from one point in our cold chain forward. So once we hit a branch, and we have 50 branches around Kenya, there's no cold chain anymore. It's just fish in a basket. And so a number of folks, investors, government officials have been like, well, what technology did you invent or use? And I said, well, we don't use a cold chain technology. We use this little tiny thing it's data. And this thing connects to all of our Wi-Fi networks and whatever else. We've got dozens and dozens of them running through our system. So with data, we can predict how much fish a market lady will buy. We know how much fish market ladies all over Kenya will buy tomorrow. We stock that level of fish, plus or minus whatever variance we expect, given it's the third Thursday of the month, or it's the second, it's February versus March. March is better, by the way. And this little guy tells us exactly what the temperature is of all the different cold chains that we're running that don't have any electricity in them. And we've been able to achieve, from before COVID to today, we've now achieved 12 months of less than 1% spoilage throughout the entire Kenyan ecosystem. And so that's the power of data. But coming back to COVID is this great accelerator where Kenya needs to feed itself. Everybody knows that global supply chains have significantly complicated or made things more expensive. And so how do businesses respond? And I think Peter's point was great too, in terms of how they responded through the app. It's, financial inclusion, that's critical. And on our side was understanding that our customers needed fresh product every single day. Yeah.
I'm going to try to not cut you short, but I think I need to. I don't know if we'll manage the questions. Hal, maybe you next. Any lessons learned from COVID?
First of all, I think it's amazing. Joseph, Peter, and Curtis, they've really done this innovation work, and I've loved hearing their stories and their examples. Underneath their stories is something that I think is related to the COVID question. And forgive me for a moment for being personal, but I think it's related to the question. So for me, 2020, for me personally, was a year of depression. We lost a grandson during that year of 2020. We lost other loved ones that were close to us. And I was clinically depressed. And then 2021 was a year of languishing. It was a difficult year to just try to get up and moving and do things that needed to be done. And fortunately, 2022 feels more like a year of hope. But what I'm trying to say here is that underneath everything I think all of us have been talking about, there is an emotional terrain to innovation that we often miss. And the best ideas, I'm thinking of Joseph sitting there watching and being touched by a situation that changed the direction of, I forget the woman that you were looking at and that the context, I can't remember the specifics, Joseph, but I remember that you connected with it emotionally. And it's those sorts of moments that create the real value. And if we are unable to create those emotional connections, I don't care what our technical innovation is, it will not have the impact it needs to have to make, this world a better place. And it's a world full of challenges. And so, I loved the story of one of the leaders we interviewed in the last couple of years, Nikki Sparshot. She has parents from all over the world, landed in Australia. She became the CEO of Unilever Australia, New Zealand, 1 week before the COVID lockdown in 2020. And she ended up being able to, what she said, over the course of 2020, 2021, she was the chief emotional or engagement officer for her organization. And she consciously changed her questions from sitting on a meeting where it was, okay, what are we about here today? What's the point? What's the issue? And how can we move it forward? She made a very distinct, conscious, deliberate choice. I'm going to change my starting point. And every conversation, every meeting began with, who are you? How are you? It's really, how are you doing today? Who are you? And why are you showing up? And those conversations made all the difference in her being able to describe what she called, I gained intimacy with my people in the midst of COVID. In fact, she said, I felt like I understood them and our clients better because I was paying attention to the little Swedish flag behind Kurt Carlson's, image there. And she would ask you, Kurt, tell me about the Swedish flag back there and what's going on. And it was her way of learning about that world. And I think all three of these wonderful leaders and you as well, Brenda, from the conversations earlier, you do what I'm talking about. You expose yourself in a vulnerable way to where new data is coming in. It hits not just your head, but your heart. And when that happens, if we have any smarts inside of us and responsibility, a sense of responsibility beyond ourselves, we will do something about it. And at the core, that's what innovation is to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hal. And thank you for being so vulnerable. It's about, as what Peter also said, being great people. Yes. I want to let us finish with Kurt on that same question, because sincerely, I don't think we'll have time for questions. So Kurt, over to you.
Okay. I want to agree with Hal. I do think that when these things are done correctly, it's a deeply emotional. It's why I teach, because I saw what this does for people. The other thing that people get confused about is human values, respect, integrity, all those things. They think, well, maybe, that's something not relevant to what we do. It's profoundly at the center of what we do. And for just the simplest of reasons, You're not going to collaborate and work with somebody 100 hours a week if you're not treated with respect and dignity. It just makes perfect sense. And when you have partners like that, you will work 100 hours a week when you have to, because that's what innovation often requires. I'd like to end, Brenda, though, with one thing that I think a really positive thing that came out of the virus. Many horrible things happened, obviously. The one positive thing is we're now all on Zoom. The world now became transparent. Companies are now transparent. The world is transparent. I can't think of a single bigger amplifier of innovative potential and capability than what has happened over the last 2 years. My work with companies all over the world now, I can bring teams from China and India and Africa and all over the world, and we can work together on problems. So the barriers, the friction that Peter talked about has just gone down profoundly. And I think governments that take advantage of this, companies that take advantage of this, universities that take advantage of this will have an enormous amplifier of their impact on the world and on their institutions and their people. So that's my hope. I hope Africa will fully leverage what's now available to it to turbocharge its journey into this advanced innovation world.
Thank you so much, Kurt. And you know, that whole thing, Zia has also mentioned it about the deep emotional terrain. It's not normally brought up. So I really want to thank you for, as panelists, bringing it up and identifying the links that are there. We literally have 2 minutes. And I said that I wanted to ensure that I knew what was important. Those questions that have come up are important. And I do hope that we will somehow manage to give them to the panelists who will be able to answer them directly, maybe in some form of writing to the audience that posed the questions, because they're all very relevant. I want to thank everybody today for such a wonderful discussion. I really think we needed more time. We were just getting started. So I would put that back to the Peter Drucker Foundation and organizers to see what to do next. Because for the panelists and myself, we want to thank you for this privilege and opportunity. And we hope that if we behaved well enough, we may get an opportunity to be invited again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Brenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very well.
Thank you so much from my side, Brenda. I can be pretty sure that you all behaved very well. I think it's true that for this kind of topic, we would need far more time. And as Hal pointed out, only when you really emotionally connect do you actually get to a point where it's a meaningful conversation and where something impactful or innovative can come out of. And I'm pretty sure I observed you connecting in this emotional way with each other amongst the speakers and with you, Brenda, and I'm pretty sure that the participants connected in that way as well. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
With this, it is time for us to move on. And I am welcoming back, hopefully also a lot of people from the other Zoom room back in this digital room where we all gather for something pretty special now. And I don't want to kind of tell you too much, but this is now an artistic voyage that we're inviting everyone to join. So our speaker is going to take us to the heart of the intersection between technology and humans. She will share her experience, how art and science can create a space in the workplace where people can really allow themselves to show their full human capacity, be more creative, and show up in an authentic way. So I think that very much relates to what we've been discussing in this session before, and I'm sure also in the other room. So once again, welcome back everyone who's joining us from the other room, and welcome to this artistic voyage. So with no further ado, I'm handing it over to Merit.
Hi, hello everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Merit Moore. I will, just one second, gonna figure out how to share, possibly slide if I can. So just checking, can you guys see the slide?
Yes, perfect.
we
Thank
can.
you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I will, in the light of this conference and talking about the new era of technology and our roles as humans, so I'll be discussing what I have found so right now I dance with robots. My background is that I've got a background in physics. I studied physics at Harvard and I did a PhD in quantum optics at Oxford. And so what I wanted to do is like discuss how we're sort of at this critical point where we're questioning our roles as humans in the future of burgeoning technologies and the transformative developments, including AI, machine learning, and robotics. They challenge us with the unprecedented questions and often fill us with these new anxieties of like, what is the future of humans? Like, will we be replaced? Are we going to become obsolete in the role of these new technologies? And especially in the wake of this pandemic, we'll be looking at how these challenges are more urgent than ever. And in particular, I think it's quite relevant, like in Africa, as we've heard throughout these conversations, in which it's a nation that's moving towards technology to provide infrastructure and progress. And it's majorly necessary to encourage, in particular, human creativity and judgment to accomplish. And what I've seen from the lab is like scientific breakthroughs and to spur on innovation. The tensions between the technocratic and humanistic forces need to be addressed before it reaches a breaking point. And so we kind of need to address those ports. In the slides, I'm forgetting, yes. So this is me being a total dork and loving my time in the lab. I think what became apparent after my years of research, first doing condensed matter physics, I was experimentalist, and then working in quantum optics, was very much the necessity for creativity and imagination in the lab for major breakthroughs. I think that we're at a weird time where people are kind of categorized at a young age as being creative and then being like, okay, you do the arts, or if you're analytic, you go do like the science and the STEM fields, rather than this acknowledgement and recognition from a very young age saying, actually, in the lab, you need to be incredibly creative and imaginative. And in the arts, you actually do need to be quite analytic. I don't believe there is such a thing as a right brain, left brain, like humans either having a right brain or left brain, because I think if we looked into most people's brains, we'd recognize that most people have both halves in there. So I think it's recognizing from definitely young age and looking at the education system to say, okay, I think there is a pressure to answer questions. So I think a major thing is we are from a young age pressured to answer questions. There are standardized tests, there are constant exams, there is constant grading. And I think it kind of bleeds into the workforce as well in terms of there are right ways in to do things. But rather than emphasizing questions, like I think one, it needs to start at the education system where we're taught how to ask good questions. I think that leads to all of the major breakthroughs in the future, and how to foster that also in research facilities, also in the workforce, is the constant, how it's the training to ask good questions that lead to major breakthroughs. And what I found was, I think there is major lack of creativity often, and not because we aren't creative people, and it's definitely not from laziness. I think it's quite the opposite. I think it comes, or what I have found is that it comes from a fear of laziness, that we actually become even more uncreative. And it becomes, I think it stems from education and then bleeds into the workforce of a need to feel like we're being productive and checking boxes, and that feeling that also it comes from a fear that if we are being creative, if we are showing or being vulnerable to that artistic side, if we're letting ourselves be artistic, that it's actually too enjoyable and that it is fluffy, and that others will find us kind of disloyal to our work. And I say this from someone who's come from a very academic family, technological family. Like they very much viewed, well, my father very much viewed like arts as fluffy and useless and like, why? I knew that he loved me very much, but he was definitely like, why the arts? But I think that mentality is detrimental. And where I'm coming from is, so in the academic setting, there was so much pressure to publish papers. There was so much pressure in order to succeed, in order to make it to go higher up in academia, in order to make it in industry. On your CV, you needed a bunch of papers. And I found that there was then no willingness to go back to the drawing board. There was a fear of not being able to publish a paper. So I worked in quantum optics. I dealt with single particles of light. So if someone did an experiment with 3 photons, the next person would then do it with 4, and the next person would do it with 5. And it was just very slow, incremental, but there was a guarantee, there was a safety net that if someone did it with 3, likely you could do it with 4. But I think at a certain point, no one was willing to go back to the drawing board and say, let's just start this all over and see if we can experiment and try something else, because it's very risky in the setup, in like the way that the academia and how success was viewed. And so I'm just coming from a standpoint of like having gone through the research, having felt that pressure to publish a lot of papers, having done the publishing of papers, it's, I came out of the PhD very much with a kind of a rebellious side, being like, okay, if I want to continue with research, I do want to continue pushing, but I will not do it from this sort of standpoint where there's so much pressure to publish papers. It will be in a very liberated, different way, and I will explain how I'm doing that too. The other thing I found was like so much pressure, and this is coming from research, but I think it happens in industry too. It's like to memorize and regurgitate facts, right? And this particularly pertains in this era of technology where there's this pressure to answer questions, to memorize information and repeat it. But it's like, how on earth are we going to compete with Siri and Alexa, who can answer any question super fast, right? Like our roles, most importantly, is going to be having to ask good questions. And where I realized like kind of the creativity and imagination was kind of missing from the educational standpoint and then leading into the workforce was, so for instance, these equations right here, like that page kind of describes the process in which a laser, very high, strong laser, interacts with a crystal and creates pairs of entangled photons. And so I had written out these equations because they were part of my PhD. It's called spontaneous parametric down conversion. And so I had written out these equations probably 2,000 times by the time it was like my 4th year of my PhD. Like it's this Hamiltonian, I'd written it out so many times. And there was a bizarre little contest that's called Dance Your PhD for Scientists, where you dance and you create a dance about your scientific research. So I was trying to think, how am I going to, do this dance about these entangled photons? I'm going to call this dance entangled because the photons are going to do, like I was imagining 2 partners dancing and they're created in this crystal. And so I was thinking, how where are those photons created? Is it created at the beginning of the crystal, in the middle of the crystal, or the end of the crystal? Because where it is created matters, because the property of the crystal has this dispersion, and it changes the bandwidth of the photons. Anyways, long story short, is it was forcing me to kind of imagine what was actually happening, and it was forcing me to really fundamentally understand from a sort of intuitive physical way, in which all the information, however, had been taught to me through these equations. And I realized also that it's like it was missing the fundamentals of where all the major breakthroughs in physics have happened. Is, for instance, Einstein, he imagined himself as a photon on a light beam. He looked forward and back, and he came up with special relativity before putting it down in math. Then he learned the math. He had someone help him, actually. He learned the math in order to persuade his colleagues that it was true. But unfortunately, the way it's taught to us is very much, here's the equation, no imagination, just memorize it, regurgitate it. There's a pattern in there, figure it out, and voila. And I think that it's just becoming very crucial in this new era of technology, that like that is not the way we can be taught. That's not the way that we can think, especially with all of these problems coming about. It's very much figuring out, okay, I think a humility that we won't have all the answers, or that technology will have a lot of the answers, but like, how do we frame it? How do we come up with the question? Like, that was how Einstein came to the breakthrough, was thinking, what is it like to be a photon on a light beam? Examples of people making breakthroughs from questions is like Elon Musk, who is like, is it possible to have rockets be reused again? And then SpaceX was formed, right? So very much, working on asking questions. And I think the third part is also figuring out a way that we can be vulnerable and accept the creative side. So very much coming from a background where art was seen as fluffy. I had a lot of mentors as well who said, if I wanted to pursue physics, I should not be dancing so much. And so I continued dancing, and I danced with Boston Ballet, English National Ballet, Norwegian Ballet, and Zurich Ballet, but it was very much under the radar. Like I kept it, I did it kind of like secretly. I didn't tell, I mean, they knew I danced because I couldn't hide it completely, but I very much didn't tell anyone how much I was dancing. I sensed that when people found out that I was dancing as well, that there was a sense that I was being very disloyal to the field. And I felt that the same in the dance world. They're like, you do physics, you don't really like dance. But it was okay, oddly, like at Oxford, like they would go to the pub on weekends, and that's fine. But if I was spending that same amount of time dancing, it wasn't fine. So it was this bizarre mix of like feeling like both were quite compatible, but having to hide it for a very long time. And it led to a point where in my PhD, I realized, I was just like, why not both? Like, why? Actually, I've now been pursuing both for over 10 years. Why can't I combine the two? Why do I have to keep it quiet? Why? Like, it was just like, why not both? I just hit that breaking point. And I remembered as well, was a coach had told me when I was younger, like I used to try to do it this perfect way. Like I wanted to be good. And so I used to pursue things to be perfect in a way. And she just gave me this good reminder, which was like, look, being perfect is replaceable. Like if I go to an audition and there's another dancer there that has perfect feet, perfect legs, perfect everything, that is replaceable. But the more that I tap into being unique and different and doing it in my own weird way, that's irreplaceable. And so during the time of thinking like, why not both? I sort of embraced that aspect of it being like, okay, I don't know what way I'm going to do it, but whatever weird, unique way, I feel like that's going to be the strongest platform that will help me in moving forward. And so this was sort of the beginning of my robot dancing pandemic adventure. And I began with a residency at Harvard Art Lab to research pursuing movement with a robot. And during the pandemic, I was very focused on certain questions like, what does this relationship between human and machine look like? How can and will technology inspire human creativity? How will it force us to ask more questions instead of just answering them? And what does the future of technology and art look like in 10 years? What can we do with it in a year? For me, I have a dream of going to space. So it was like, I think robotics is the future in space exploration. Where does that lie? And so throughout the pandemic, I've now been dancing with robots, and I very much have been embracing. So Einstein has this quote that play is the highest form of research. So I kind of rebelled against the academic system that I was in which there was all this pressure to publish papers. Have I gone over? Okay. I don't think I have. So there's a lot of pressure to publish papers and no freedom for play. And so I very much embraced these past 2 years being like, okay, I'm going to have play is the highest form of research. I'm just going to embrace that. And we're going to go from there. Let's see. I think I have some samples if they work. Okay, I'll see if, let me know if the audio works. And I hope I don't blast anybody's ears.
No, we do not hear any audio.
Okay. I can, hold on, advanced sharing options. Advanced. Okay, here we go. Got it. Oh, can you see my?
Yeah, we did see it.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Can you see it still?
No. Now we hear the audio. I just can see it. We're getting
Can't
there.
do both.
We're playing around.
Gotcha. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Have we got both now? No. Can you see?
Yes, now we see. Still no audio though, but still looks pretty cool.
Okay. I will try. Okay, I don't think I can do both. So I won't sing because I would destroy everyone's ears. But I will go back to sharing the screen.
You probably have to share the audio of your laptop as well. But
yeah, every time I swap it, it takes out my screen. But
okay, we just watch.
So imagine Michael Jackson, Billie Jean music. So often these were just fun ways of playing with music. Oh, you unfortunately can't hear anything. Okay.
We can hear you.
Imagine music. sorry, it doesn't sound so cool without the percussion. There's loud percussion music. But so I think that, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely still in the exploration phase where I'm still playing, but definitely with the mindset of, and would love to talk to more of you guys about like what, you know, where is that future of human and machine interaction going? You know, where can I teach AI with my moves, new movement that then it creates new choreography that then is mapped onto a robot, and I can interact with it and play and sort of improv with the robot without getting hurt. Like if I can solve that problem, I think there's a lot going forward in terms of innovation. So I would say like definitely, you know, we can't hide our creative sides. We need to be experimentalists and embrace the fact that there isn't a right way. So often it's hard being an artist, it's hard being that kind of having that artistic side because there is no multiple choice where there is a distinctive right answer. And so I think being vulnerable about that is crucial. I think and particularly as leaders, like if leaders can be vulnerable and share the creative side, and it'll help the stigma that the arts is fluffy. It'll help, you know, humans in the future of new technological era, because all we have to compete with is our creative imagination. Like that computers won't have. Computers will answer all the questions, but it's like that creative side that is so imperative. And it's we need that because then others will follow and amazing breakthroughs will come. I think often there is a fear, and I mentioned this in the beginning, like an anxiety of where humans are, like where humans kind of will we be replaced by technology? Having danced with the robot quite a lot now, I would say I don't think we need that fear. Definitely not in the next decade. I think it's the same as when we had cameras and painters freaked out that, you know, they were going to be replaced by this new technology that could take instantaneous photos. But as we've seen, like today, painters are still valued. I think that we never call a photo taken by camera named Tom. It's always Tom or Sue behind the camera that's taking the photo. Like the camera is a tool to allow for human expression. I think the same is a lot, like there shouldn't be a fear, because I think robots and technology can be at the moment a tool for human expression and not replacing humans at all. And so thank you. That is my talk, my artistic voyage through arts and science. Thanks so much for the comments.
Thank you so much, Merit. There's a reason why I didn't introduce too much about you before, because I didn't want to take away too much of your story, but I just love this combination that you are a world-class ballet dancer and a quantum physicist. I think this is just astounding. And also we heard that in the session before on innovation, it's quite often in this combination of elements that haven't been put together before that really something new is being created. So thank you so much for giving us this very inspirational insight. And I am just looking at the chat as well, because I don't think it was too bad we didn't have music. I felt like we could still kind of tune into the videos that you showed us, and you got a lot of amazing, incredible, fantastics there. And as you said, that the only thing we have versus the AI basically is the good questions. We still have 4 minutes, so I also want to open the floor to everyone who does want to ask a question to Merit. Please step forward now and just raise your hand, speak directly, or put it in the chat. Let me just check if that one is a question. Yes, someone's saying this has been very inspiring, particularly growing up in Africa where the creative arts are not always encouraged as a full-time career option. quite a unique combination. Wow, thanks, Merit, for sharing. So it looks like you've made quite an impression on a lot of us. I think one question that I would have, I found it really impressive, and thank you so much for being so open in that regard as well, that it was difficult for you also to overcome those kind of, did you almost felt like you had to hide those two passions because you felt like, oh, but I don't want them to know, they could think badly about me. And I really love that quote that you brought up about Einstein, you know, the freedom to play. What do you think, like, what is it that helped you to kind of overcome those voices in yourself that tell you to hold back and kind of step up more boldly to say the creative side is important to me as well?
Definitely. I think the hardest part is people can be very opinionated. And I think when I think anything's different, they sort of hate it in a weird way until it's existed for a couple of years and you've persisted, and then they celebrate and love it. So instead of, I think I very much took an experimentalist or approach, like a scientist approach, where I think people said you couldn't do both. I started dancing very late. I started physics late. And rather than taking energy to argue with them with words, I just thought, okay, I'm going in my horse blinder mode. I work alone quite a lot. And it's just because people's opinions get in the way. And I just go, okay, I'm going head down, kind of doing my work for a couple of years. It often takes years. And then I can pop my head up and kind of show it. And then it's celebrated in a way. But when I first started with the robots, there were a lot of art sides who were like, what are you doing? A lot of sparkle from the side, be like, you're doing these, it looks like TikTok videos, you know, like, and I was like, I know it looks like,
but it's a second career path out there for you.
But it's also my way of gaining expertise in robotics in a fun, playful way.
I want to get this one, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to get that one more question in that Hal just asked as well, which I find really fascinating. He's asking, how has interacting with robots influenced your ability to ask questions, the kind of questions that you ask? Do you feel that has had an influence?
I think it's definitely my belief. I mean, I'll have to prove it in a couple of years, but my belief is that it's helping me gain an extreme expertise in robotics. I not only just work with universal robots, but a lot of technologies come to me to play with them. I think it then provides me with that intuitive nature, like intuition of how the robots move, of where the human machine interaction is going to work, how does one form that trust. And definitely, I feel like there are limitations to the robots. So right now I work with a robot that doesn't move around. So I'm then talking to researchers at Harvard, in India, at the UK, being like, how do we make the robots move around the floor? How do I make it so that I can improv with a robot and guarantee that it's not going to hit my head? You know, like that it doesn't have like an artistic side of like creativity, and then it's like doing head whips. And I'm like, that'd be great, but I just need to know it's not going to hurt me. You know, so it's constantly being like, and other questions in terms of, okay, we're used to robots being steel, cold, inanimate objects. Coming at it and asking questions like, how do we make it look more fluid? How do we make it feel more intuitive? How do we make it asking quite the opposite? Whereas I think if you're just in research, it's like, okay, it lifted 10 kg. How do we make it lift 15 kg? It lifted 15. How do we make it lift 20? Rather than coming in and be like, can we make this robot look like, I don't know, move like a snake? Kind of thing.
At least I can say from my perspective that you made this robot look much more human when I watched you dance with it. So you obviously also had an influence on the robot. Unfortunately, I have to cut it here and continue with the rest of the program. But Merit, really a big thank you from my side. And I'm just seeing in the chat a lot of people commenting on how inspirational that was. So thank you so much for showing us how we can sometimes put things together that might not be so obvious in the first place. Thanks a lot for that, Merit.
Thank you.
All right, I'm so sorry, but we will have to move on. And once again, you can make a decision if you stick around here, where we're going to talk about striking the balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction, or going to the other Zoom room. And we're going to have the link again here in the chat. In the other Zoom room, we're going to talk about workplace resilience and the shape of the new normal. So just make your way to the other room or stay around here for this session. Oh, wow, I almost feel like we should be stretching a bit, but unfortunately we don't have much time for it. So feel free to turn off your video and start stretching anyway. We've been sitting here for a while, but we want to make sure that we still have the attention for the upcoming session. Also bring up your little notes again if you want to. Feel free to ask the questions in the chat. Feel free to Twitter and post about our ongoing conversations. Here we are now talking about striking the balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction. And it's my great pleasure to once again introduce the chair to you. This time it's Samora Kariuki. Samora is the director of FinTech at Sot, a dynamic and fast-growing bank in Burundi and the market leader in the digital banking space. Samora works, or the FinTech bank works towards building a pan-continental trade finance business on the back of digital freight forwarding. Looking forward to hearing more about that. And Samora also writes Africa's foremost FinTech newsletter called Frontier FinTech, which covers areas of open banking, consumer FinTech, cryptocurrency, and so on. I'm looking forward to this next session. Samora, the floor is yours. And we still need audio from the studio.
Thank you very much. I've been really looking forward to this discussion. I think I'll start by setting the context for the discussion and introducing the different speakers. This discussion is largely about how organizations can strike the balance between empowered decision and efficient direction. To set the context, across the world, companies are having to navigate an increasingly dynamic operational and business environment. Rapid technological advancements, coupled with external events that seem to be happening at a more frequent cadence, are causing business leaders to rethink their organizational design. When seen from the perspective of competitive advantage and organizational design, the 20th century ushered in a new era of Taylorism, and this could largely be described as the machine age, where organizations were viewed as a well-oiled machine. Given the analogy, people or departments were structured in such a way that they focused exclusively on their key role within the larger entity, just like how each part of a well-oiled machine has a specific role to play. People are expected to build competence within a very specific domain, with these skills being largely transferable within similar enterprises. Well-oiled machines thus required standardized processes and clear, efficient direction. A prior assumption behind such enterprises, or the machine age in general, was a standard and unchanging operational environment. Things in general largely didn't change from decade to decade in the 20th century in terms of foundational changes in the underlying production frameworks. Innovation thus was largely focused on process improvement, with principles such as Kanban boards at Toyota or product management at Procter & Gamble being standout examples. Over the last 20 years, a lot of these assumptions have been rendered moot as the world moves from an era of operational stability to one of an increasingly dynamic operational environment. This dynamism is driven by rapid technological advancements and platform shifts that tend to happen more frequently in the information age. To manage in this environment that can be described as volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, a new managerial toolkit is needed where individuals and teams are empowered to make independent decisions. A key insight in the technology world is that technology is all about people, and thus technology companies spend an inordinate amount of time on recruitment, incentive design, and building productive, dynamic team dynamics. The talk today will focus on how leaders can strike a balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction. Ultimately, in the age of uncertainty, how can companies merge the agility required in today's environment with the stability that has been at the core of many large corporations? Joining me, I have a fantastic panel joining me, and I think they couldn't be better suited to discuss this topic. I'll start with Gina Lodge. Gina is the CEO of the Academy of Executive Coaching, where she has worked for the past 14 years, serving on the board for 12 of those years. Previously, Gina worked at Shell International in the UK in various management and leadership positions. She was previously a chair and speaker at the Drucker Forum in Vienna and in London. Gina is passionate about creating an inclusive coaching culture in organizations that support people to thrive in their work. She's also a member and contributor of the Forbes Coaching Council, chair of the Association of Coaching, one of the major global coach accrediting bodies, a council member of the British Swiss Chamber of Commerce, and Open University contributor for the evaluation of coaching publications. I think she brings useful insights and perspectives, given that she's worked in both large corporations and medium-sized organizations. And she brings a useful insight also having been a leader herself and a coach of leaders. So welcome, Gina. Could you tell us where you're dialing in from?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just southeast of London in the UK.
Thank you. Welcome, and we're really looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Firaz. Pursuing his vision of building digital e-commerce ecosystems in Africa, Firaz co-founded Azampay in 2016 and currently serves as the group CEO. He has over 15 years of executive and strategic experience in startups and expanding high-growth companies in the areas of fintech, financial services, energy, technology, media, and telecommunications in emerging markets. Firaz has been involved in entrepreneurship for most of his professional life. Prior to Azam, he was involved in startups operating in the clean tech space, both in Asia and North America, either as a founder or director. He's a graduate of Georgetown and Harvard universities, and an interesting tidbit is that in his spare time, Firaz observes food trucks to guess their annual net and gross margins. Quite an interesting tidbit. Firaz has built enterprises across multiple continents and is well placed to discuss the cultural elements behind today's topic. Firaz, welcome. Really looking forward to the discussion. Could you tell us where you're dialing in from?
Thank you, Samora. Very happy to be here. I'm actually in San Francisco today.
Great. Welcome, Firaz. Looking forward to the discussion. And lastly, we have Tendai. Tendai Vicky is an award-winning author and corporate innovation expert. An associate partner at Strategizer, he helps companies to develop their internal ecosystems so they can innovate for their future while managing their core business. And this is largely what we'll be discussing in the chat. He has worked with several large organizations, including Rabobank, Standard Bank, Edgemont, Unilever, Lufthansa Airplus, and Pearson. At Pearson, Tendai co-designed Pearson's product lifecycle, which is an innovation framework that won the Best Innovation Program 2015 at the Corporate Entrepreneur Awards in New York. In his previous life, Tendai has spent over 12 years in academia during stints at the University of Kent, Stanford, and Harvard. And I think, in fact, his time at Stanford is what really inspired him to get into the startup and business and innovation world in general. Tendai has written 3 books based on his research and work experience: The Corporate Startup, Pirates in the Navy, and The Lean Product Lifecycle. I'd recommend you all check them out. The Corporate Startup was awarded the 2018 CMI Management Book of the Year in Innovation and Entrepreneurship. He's also a regular contributor to Forbes. I think Tendai brings great insights from academia, from the corporate world, from innovation, and working across multiple continents. Tendai, welcome. I think you're calling from, is that K2 or Mount Everest?
It's K2. Yeah, I'm in Switzerland at the moment. No, but I'm actually based in Harare, Zimbabwe. I'm only here for the week, but I just thought I'd show off. And what's the name of the mountain, Alex, that I'm standing?
Matterhorn.
Matterhorn. This is the Matterhorn mountain in
Fantastic. Fantastic. Welcome you all. I'm really looking forward to the discussion. And I think just to get straight to it, to set the context deeper for the audience and for everyone who's joining in, I think the first question would be, why does it matter for organizations to strike a balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction? If you could just set a deeper context, and I think I'll start with you, Gina. Please give us your insights onto this.
Thanks, Samora. So many attempts have been made to remove layers of management by companies large and small without any success. And it seems to now be accepted that having good managers and good leaders is essential for business, both large and small. And the learning is indeed now how to be an effective, empowering manager. So the key word, I think, for me here is balance, and it's not one or the other. So it's only possible to empower your team if they're clear what results they're looking for and have the necessary skills and training to be able to undertake the tasks being asked of them. If you're asked, so this is just to put it simply, really, if you're asked to go somewhere by car and nobody shares the destination with you and you haven't learned to drive, what are the chances of success? It's a very simple, basic premise, but it's the same concept as in business. It doesn't mean that as a manager you then choose the route for somebody and you decide whether they've got a lunch spot en route and where to eat. But it's, if you don't actually equip people to do the job well, then it is a mismatch of expectations from the beginning. So simple premise about empowering people. So you employ people because of their skills and their competencies. And it seems counterproductive to try and do the work as well for them. So that's not good management. And I think Michele earlier commented on this in the previous track on leadership, in that leaders don't have all the skills needed in a business. So why would they think they have? And why would they step in and prevent people doing their best work? So leaders often misinterpret how to empower their people and teams, which actually it just results in low success rates, low morale, and a sense of failure in the team, and potentially a feeling of being let down.
Yeah.
So poor management can really be responsible for creating the perfect storm throughout a company very quickly.
Good. Thank you very much, Gina. And I really like your point about balance and also the whole idea of, the journey and giving direction, but at the same time allowing for flexibility. And I think, that leads us to Firas. What's your input into why does it matter for organizations to strike a balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction?
I think I would echo some of the sentiments that Gina was mentioning around balance. I think absolutely there needs to be a balance between how we empower our teams as well as how we direct them. I would say in my experience, some of the issues that we've faced are really, the more important part on the management side is to find the right people, right? It comes down to making sure if you're going to empower your teams, make sure they're the right teams to empower. And if you have the right people in the right place, I think that's one of the critical aspects of management, particularly in a place like Africa, where in a digital environment where we operate, there is a lot of complexity and change that's happening that isn't kind of normal to the environment. And so having the right people to manage that complexity and empowering them to do so is very important. My experience is really around finding the right people. And then also there's an aspect of this where I would say part of management is also automation in some of the things that we do, particularly around managing e-commerce, deliveries, payments, and things like that. As much as you can automate and find the people who can automate effectively, that also plays a role in how you can manage. So I would say, the balance, and then also thinking about how does management kind of adjust itself to a digital environment that is increasingly prevalent in economies in Africa where it's not necessarily so rooted in the culture of work.
Thank you so much, Firas, for that. And I think, everyone seems to be mentioning balance. Tendai, what would be your input into this issue in terms of why it matters for organizations, given your significant experience in the space?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm going to do a little bit of a drawing just to illustrate my thinking around this. And so I think your introduction was really great, Samora, because you spoke about how, long ago companies could exploit their success for decades and decades before there was any disruption to their work. But now that's happening so quickly. And so what's happening now is that companies are living in two worlds. Sometimes leaders don't recognize this, and sometimes they do. But what they're actually doing is they're living in two worlds, a world in which they're exploiting their current success and a world in which they have to explore the future. And sometimes even the current success itself is temporary and faces significant levels of disruption risk. And so sometimes you think you're exploiting your current success, while in the meantime, the world is pushing you towards having to explore how you can actually survive. So that's one thing that's actually happening while leaders are doing their work. Another important distinction for them to then make is to understand that the level of certainty and predictability that allows you to give efficient direction goes down. So, you've got a high level of uncertainty during explore, and then you get more certainty as you start exploiting. And if you have more uncertainty when you're exploiting and high levels of certainty when you're exploiting, the problem is that when you're exploring the future, leaders cannot pick the winning ideas on day one. This sounds really controversial, but when you're exploring and you're really doing transformative innovation, it's impossible to know which of the ideas you're working on are going to be the ones that are going to be the runaway successes. And so it's impossible to give efficient direction in that context. Leaders cannot pick the winning ideas in this context. They can only create the environment in which the winning ideas emerge. And in that context, all you can do is really point people towards a certain strategic direction and then empower them to do the work. And you just make your decisions based on the evidence of traction that they're showing. And that's why it's really important to then balance these two things by deciding which world am I making decisions in as you try and actually lead your teams.
That's actually a very fantastic presentation, and it adds so much insight into the discussion. And clearly the whole idea of setting the right environment, given all that's happening and all the disruption that's happening. And one of the key themes about that was the environment as well as balance across all the answers we got. And I think that leads us into the second questions in terms of, clearly this assumes a spectrum. On one hand, you have empowered decisions. On the other hand, you have efficient direction. And an organization needs to operate somewhere within the spectrum. And basically the question to all of you is, how should organizations think about this from the spectrum, and what should determine the degree of empowerment versus efficient direction? And again, we'll start with you, Gina. We really look forward to your input into this.
Yes, I think on this subject, I think again, going back to the people side of things, so some fairly basics. Again, agree a common goal. That's one of the things. Clear communication. The old adage of you can never communicate too much is still true in any environment. So communication is really, really important. It sets out expectations and what success would look like. So again, where are you going? Where do you want to go with this? However innovative the thoughts are. Make time for inquiry and requests for clarification at the outset, at the beginning. Don't shut things down very quickly and just put a goal and say, let's go for it. So make time for that inquiry. Take time to co-create a shared vision. If it's just your own vision as a leader, then, how do you always feel if you're just told something? But if you're co-creating and you're sharing a vision, it creates a sense of meaning, I think, for everybody involved. Make sure the team or the individual has the competencies and the training, we've touched on that, of what's being asked of them, and be clear on where they go for support. Everyone gets stuck from time to time. And actually, you think it's very obvious who to go to, but create an environment where people know that there's no silly question. Yeah. And really acknowledge and praise people authentically for work well done. And it's got to be authentic, not just you've done well here. So really, really mean it. I think all of those play to value. There's a very good point of reference if anyone wants to look this up by Professor Peter Hawkins, the 5 disciplines model, which is quite useful and has a similar track. I'd also say that it doesn't matter how large or small your role is in a company, you're contributing to the big picture. Feeling empowered means understanding, excuse me, the part that you play, which part you play. And I still love, there's a very old story, I don't know if most people have heard this, but it's about in 1962, during a visit to the NASA Space Center, the then President John F. Kennedy saw a janitor carrying a broom. He asked of the man, "What are you doing?" "Well, Mr. President," the janitor replied, "I'm helping to put a man on the moon." And it's just, it's just a really lovely story about how everybody can contribute to a common goal in a company and how you set that environment. And I think, as already said, the environment's really important.
Well, that's extremely useful. I mean, the environment is critical. And I think Firas, having operated across multiple continents and especially within Africa and being in a leadership position yourself, how do you view the spectrum? How do you determine when you're running your business whether you're on the end of empowered decisions or efficient direction or super agile versus super stable? How do you make that trade-off?
So I want to pick up on a thread that Tendai raised around exploiting and exploring. It sounds to me very similar to the innovator's dilemma that we read about in Clayton Christensen's book. And I think that's really an important framework to think about in this regard. Basically, when you're operating a business in, say, a place like Africa or a place that's more kind of traditional, say, in the manufacturing or the industrial space, and you're trying to move into the digital space, there's a lot of challenges around identifying what it is that you're doing now that's successful versus what might be successful in the future. And those could be two very different things. Not only could they be different for the company, but they could be very much different for the employees themselves. So in some ways, what makes you good at what you do right now may not necessarily be what will make you successful in the new environment in the future. And understanding that trade-off is extremely critical. So one of the experiences that I could share, working with Azam Group, which is one of the larger manufacturing companies in East Africa, is carving out a space for digital innovation. So the company that I'm operating is actually entirely separate from the main group from a structural and a corporate and decision-making perspective, but it very much works hand in hand with it. And one of the reasons for that is if I tried to innovate within the group, and I tried to work in that method, it would be much more difficult for me to succeed because the incentives are very much different, right? It's one thing to drive what is currently existing, and it's another thing to think about things in a different way, and they may not necessarily mesh. So in my mind, the balance is really how do you create an environment and opportunity for innovation to exist in the context where that innovation may be a threat itself to the existing business. And so managing those challenges, I think, is really important. And it kind of addresses some of those points that Tendai raised in exploiting.
Great, thank you so much, Firas. And I think that was a really important point about separating innovation. And I think there's this fantastic book called Loonshots that really give detail about how to separate the innovation side from the operational side, from the day-to-day franchise business. Tendai, I'm a CEO, I'm a CEO, I'm a leader of a company. And for me, there's all this innovation going on. You already set a fantastic example of how to think about it. Give me more insight into that. Like, how should I determine as a CEO, whether to allow for full agility or just, run a tight ship?
So what's interesting about that is that, like, the only time you can give efficient direction is if you know all the variables.
Yeah.
it's impossible to give efficient direction if you don't know all the variables. So the question then becomes, and again, pulling up my little drawing here, and I've kind of redrawn it now, is like, when do you know all the variables? Well, you only know all the variables when you're exploiting current success. And that's what's so difficult in terms of what Firas was actually explaining. That's what's so difficult for leadership. When I'm asked, why does innovation struggle inside large organizations? You can give multiple answers, but it all boils down to the fact that leaders are trying to use the same processes that they use for driving their core business and applying those to innovation. And that's where the conflict starts to happen. That's why sometimes we have to separate innovation away. Like, efficient direction increases, the ability for you to give efficient direction increases to the extent that you reduce uncertainty. And so if as a leadership, you know that right now this team is still exploring an unknown business model, unknown value proposition, it's impossible for you to give efficient direction. You can only give strategic direction, which is, we like what you're working on, we think it's going to help us solve a problem and take us into the future we want to go into. Efficient direction is, I want this revenue by this date, I want you to work with these teams, I want you to grow by this amount, you can only do that as you reduce uncertainty. And so it's really important, I think, as a CEO or as an innovation manager or as a company, to know where each team is playing, so that you can start to give the proper sort of guidance that team needs. With the caveat that even as you give efficient direction, just be sensitive of disruption. Because sometimes you can efficiently fail as well. You can efficiently point people off a cliff. So just always pay attention to, is the environment shifting and pushing us more towards an uncertain space? And then also make your decisions based on that.
Thank you. That's quite insightful, and I like the whole idea of, understanding the variables and using that as a framework for determining, where within the spectrum you lie. Of course, this also happens within, both large organizations and small organizations. But looking at large organizations as a subset, you have geographies, subsidiaries, departments, and how do you manage this kind of like innovation framework? How do you manage this balance between stability and agility, or efficient direction and empowered decisions within all these kind of variables? Your geographies, your subsidiaries, your departments, your smaller teams, and potentially we can start off with Firas. How do you manage this complexity within a large organization?
Yeah, it's a very complex question. I think you need to, like I said, the way that we've approached it is you need to create some independence for innovation. So as Tendaye correctly said, if you attempt to measure progress on innovation by the same yardstick that you measure success in exploitation, then you will quickly run into a situation where no innovation will ever happen. Everyone will say, well, wait a second, they're not making money yet. Doesn't look like, the typical thing in a place like Africa is, let's say you're running a trucking business and you are making good money transporting products from point A to point B. Now, I'll give you a good example. One of the issues that we came across was around return loads. Since trucking business is generally informal, it's not automated, you end up with trucks that come back empty because they deliver something in some part of the country, they come back empty because they can't pick up a return load because it's not organized. If you attempt to organize that business initially and you run into challenges, then the immediate solution might be, why are we investing in automation? Why don't we just buy another truck? If we buy another truck, we'll make more money. But if you invest in automation, it's going to cost a lot of money, and then you may not have success immediately. So I think there has to be a separation in some ways around how you measure success, and that, cutting across geographies, cutting across businesses, verticals, et cetera, you can apply a successful intervention across these segments, but you have to make it succeed first. And in order to make it succeed, I think you need definitely to have some isolation and a different perspective on what that means, success means.
Oh, thanks for that, and I like that. I like really your feedback. I think, Gina, you've worked in both a large organizations with multiple departments, and what's your thought process into the whole spectrum within a large organization that has different subsidiaries, different departments, different units? how do you manage, or do you allow everyone to make their own kind of decisions as to how they manage it?
It's a very interesting question. You know, you'd think it would be different in a huger organization compared to an SME or in a much smaller organization.
Yeah.
But actually, from my experience, it's not too different, because so if you go into a multinationals are all broken down into different sectors, different divisions. So they'll have an IT department in, you know, supporting chemicals or whatever they're selling. So actually, I think my experience is working in a big organization isn't actually too different. It still has the same structure, but just multiplied. So it's very similar actually to working in a small organization in that respect. So I think you can apply the same sorts of things, and also learning that through the coaching world, you can apply the same people skills and, you know, what you actually need to do to get things done together as a team, whether it's a large company or a small company. You know, there'll be some variables and things, but I also think I love the points about uncertainty, because that's a leadership. You know, leadership is constant uncertainty. You can never guarantee what's going to happen. So you have to be prepared to manage that in an organization as well, whether it's large or small. So I think that the main difference in a large company, you have more resources available to you to do that, and probably the support for people than in a small organization. You tend to get people doing multiple tasks, multiple jobs. So I think that's probably the difference in that respect.
Thank you. And Tendai, what's your input into this? I mean, you've worked at large organizations, you've consulted for large organizations. You know, you've got subsidiaries, you've got different departments, you've got different geographies. Do you have a canvas for how you should manage that balance with all that complexity included in there?
Yeah, so it's very interesting, right? I think it's an interesting book. I can't remember the author now, who talks about the Idea Factory and was talking about the work that was done at Bell Labs in terms of generating some of the really great technology. Yeah. And they make the statement that it's also impossible for something to become a successful innovation without a lot of collaborators eventually touching that idea. Yeah. So at the beginning, for sure, right, you're dealing with a lot of uncertainty and it's a bit of a mess, and you can actually create maybe a context such as an innovation lab where you can do the work. So, you know, you can do the work here, because again, you don't want a lot of hands like legal and compliance and all these other departments like messing things up here, because their processes, they don't work really well. Yeah. But what we encourage organizations when we're working with them is, if you're an innovator, at some point, and I'd be interested in Firaz's perspective on this, at some point you have to build a bridge to the core business, because eventually you're going to need collaboration from legal and compliance, you're going to need collaboration from marketing and sales. And so as you navigate from idea to business, different departments start to work on the idea. And if you don't have a shared cultural perspective on how to transition these crazy ideas that might even be disrupting your own business and bring them to the market, it actually becomes impossible. And so there's almost like there's a moment when you need to protect the innovators and allow them to work. And then there's a moment when you need to navigate them through those other departments until the idea becomes successful. And that's a dance that innovators always have to play. And I don't think we call that out enough, right?
Yeah, no, that's actually, I think, a very useful approach. And the two key themes that I'm picking from all the answers is around leadership and culture, right? But even culture is a big part of leadership. I mean, leaders set the culture. And one thing I want to say to all of you is, what should leaders consider when now creating innovation, right? And there are many things to look at it. There's your communication, there's your culture, there's your talent and people, and also your own capabilities as a leader. What's the most important variable within that framework to now efficiently and actually successfully innovate and manage that balance between empowered decision and efficient direction? I think you gave an example of Bell Labs, and there's a lot of leadership into how you actually move an idea from innovation stage to business, but also how you also create a culture in such a way that the innovators are not seen as some rebel group that have got special perks and everything like that, and actually seen as part of the business. So how should leaders manage that process? Is it a communication issue? Is it setting the right culture? Is it introspection? Gina, we'll start with you. What's your thought on that?
So I would lean definitely towards one thing, I would say, and one subject that's been found consistently to be essential in creating high-performing teams or individuals as well. So bringing all of those different functions together. And I'm sure a lot of people will be familiar with this, but it's psychological safety. If people feel secure and they can show vulnerability to each other, whatever they do in an organization, they'll manage risks more openly and they won't fear failure. Organizational behavioral scientist Amy Edmondson of Harvard, she first introduced this concept, and she introduced it as team psychological safety. And there is actually on the Fearless Organization website, there's a free team test if anyone wants to actually try this out. So I think this is the main thing is to consider. There is background in here. So Google actually did an experiment back in 2015, and they looked at all the different attributes of a team and working together. And obviously they're in the tech, the innovation area. But they found that the number one contribution to success in teams is psychological safety. And they'd also tried doing away with management. That was a trend beforehand. And they brought managers back and they said, no, managers are essential for creating this environment. So psychological safety is very well known now as that's something, if you establish that within any company, large or small, then you'll get over a lot of the barriers that companies are facing with innovation.
Oh, thanks. And it's I like the term psychological safety and how you've introduced it into this discussion. I think it's something that leaders need to think a lot about. And Firas, from your experience, especially in Tanzania, I mean, there's so many elements that typically nobody thinks about in terms of the work culture, labor protections, and all that. And looking at psychological safety as a subset of that, how what are the most important things you consider for actually driving this innovation, given all the constraints you face? There's the element of psychological safety, but does that work in your context?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, for me, I think the key is on the leadership side to create a culture of performance. Yeah. So a culture of success based on performing and demonstrating your skill set. I've also faced challenges around this issue of safety. I mean, I've even had situations where people come to me and say, they feel slightly unsafe in an environment which I'm creating. And to some extent, I'm like, look, in a startup environment in a place like Tanzania, the kitchen gets very hot, okay? And if you cannot handle the heat in the kitchen, then go ahead and step outside. It's not the end of the world. And I say this to my team all the time. I said, the people we start with may not be the ones that we end with. And everyone's not cut out for it. And I think to some extent, you've got to establish a bar of success and let anybody who wants to cross that bar feel safe. But if you can't cross that bar, you need to find the person who can. And I think it's an interesting environment in a place like Tanzania where startup culture is not necessarily widely understood or widely embraced. Professional culture in a place like Tanzania is, hey, I've got a salary. I just do my 9 to 5. And that's where I'm going to make my living. And you can't really do that in a startup or in an innovative company. So I think it's a very challenging environment for that. I think there's benefits to it. And there's also, I think you need to be careful how you draw the line. I mean, the only other thing I would say on this regard is, like a company like Amazon, Bezos is very clear about how he thinks his company will fail in 30 years. He's pretty much certain that Amazon will not be there in 30 years. So how does he innovate with being basically the biggest company in the world? And so he creates this kind of day one scenario where every day is a new day, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying that would work everywhere, But what I am saying is understanding the potential for obsolescence should be a key driver for management to recognize that they need to support innovation. Otherwise, they may uninnovate themselves out of business, and especially in a place like Africa, where you're going to see a tremendous amount of change over the next 30 years.
Yeah. I think that's a really interesting approach. And Tendai, this one's for you, especially now. You're a large organization, so there's a lot of priors. There's a lot of embedded culture, and so driving this move to agility is not as easy as it would be for a startup. And so you have to consider things like talent, recruitment, culture, communication. Walk me through as a leader how I should view this, and what steps I should take, and what do you think is the most important thing to actually do this successfully?
It's really interesting, the conversations we were having, psychological safety, setting really high bars and making sure that people are doing really, really great work. And what's interesting, the way I view it and the way we tend to ask the question sometimes when we're dealing with innovators is the issue of legitimacy. So to what extent do leaders view the innovation function in their organization as a legitimate function that's driving the organization towards success? And the question we ask to innovators is, think of yourself of how easy it would be for your leaders to get rid of you. That's the question we ask. It's a poll question. And to say, would it be as hard as getting rid of the finance function, or as easy as getting rid of external consultants? And then we ask them to score themselves along that line of how easy it would be for them to get fired. And often innovators score themselves on the external consultants end of the spectrum. So what we have is leaders constantly talking about how innovation is important for the future of the organization, but they don't view the innovation function as a legitimate part of the organization in the same way as HR, finance, or marketing. And the moment when we start to view the innovation function as just as important as any other function, especially because we're using that function to drive our future, that's the moment when we start to see, okay, innovators start to get empowered, start to feel psychologically safe, start to feel safe to fail, because everybody understands that's the process towards finding ideas that work. Then you can set a high bar in terms of what that portfolio is supposed to produce as results. We're going to put in, like what Ping An did, right? We're going to put in 10% of revenue into innovation. And our anticipation is that you're going to return X amount of return from that. And we hold you to that standard. We don't expect that every idea you work on is going to be successful, but we expect you to at least find some ideas that are successful because you're a key part of our future. Ping An went so far as to make the head of innovation the co-CEO. So we had the CEO that was driving the core business, and the head of the innovation was the chief entrepreneur was also co-CEO. So that's properly, it's an exaggerated form of giving legitimacy, but you can also do that even just by putting them in the C-suite, or creating at least cool governance and metrics and KPIs that also measure and reward their success. So this creation of legitimacy, I think, is a really important part of building a really great innovation culture.
I think that's a very useful point, and I think it ties everything together in terms of when you have legitimacy, people can feel psychologically safe, and also they can now perform at the level that's required, as to Firaz's point. And I think at this stage, I'd like to involve the audience in a poll question, and I think the question is, what is the most critical variable in driving agile decision making within organizations? And I think there are 4 elements to choose from. Is it communication? Is it getting the right talent? Is it the culture and mindsets of the leadership team? Or is it getting the right technology in place? So just to repeat, what's the most critical variable in driving agile decision making within organizations? Is it communication? Is it getting the right talent? Is it the culture and mindsets of the leadership team, and getting the right technology? We'll just allow you guys to give the answers to that as we jump into the next question, which is, I think, summing up all we've said, leadership becomes very important. I think, Tendai, you gave the example of Ping An and the fact that you make the chief of innovation co-CEO, right? And that points towards almost a board level decision that this innovation, this driving empowered decisions, this managing that balance is critical for the long term of the organizations. So, but the issue that's faced typically is that if there's no kind of communication between the board and leadership on these key elements, an inertia sets in, right? The CEO will come up and say, "Oh, we are driving this innovation," But if he's not reporting on innovation, then it just kind of dwindles goes down the to-do list. So the question is, how can boards manage this process, and what metrics can they use to measure progress towards moving towards a more innovative company? And by doing that, you're actually striking the perfect balance between efficient direction and empowered decisions. And we'll start with you, Gina, on this question.
Thank you, Samora. So, yeah, it's interesting about the innovation because yes, it should be sort of part of the company and have the same importance. So the question now, I think, so this is a really good challenge for boards, and I think I'm going to segue slightly here because a current challenge I think for boards is to acknowledge that as humans that we need meaning and purpose to our days. It's not just about driving a strategy which only seeks more and more profit, because it's a little bit like, oh, go and spin more gold. It's actually not meaningful for everybody in the company. And if you want everybody to be connected and working well together, they'll fast become disengaged if the strategy is just to create more and more profit. So putting people first, and then followed by profit and planet, and actively engaging with your people in all of those three things brings meaning and purpose to everyday life. It helps to build, again, you're building trust, you're building the commitment for the people that you need to help and support you. So building it into your strategy shows board commitment. It shows that the board isn't just asking for this company to be a machine. And I think with the next generation, of people coming through, they're going to want different things. They're not just going to want to come and work for a pay packet. If they're spending a vast portion of their lives dedicated to a company, it's got to be more than just the pay packet. Showing you care about personal development, continuous learning, the world around us, and being a global citizen, as well as looking at financial targets, you'll end up having healthier, happier employees who are more motivated. So I think basically the board should also keep up with the changes in the business and the wider world environment we live in and operate in. I saw a lovely idea the other day about building a younger shadow board in your industry. It's quite an innovative suggestion, and actually plays to, I think, what Tendai says. Tendai says, because if you had a shadow board, they would be learning board practice, but they would also be contributing, to the next generation of boards and, getting people. So I love that idea. There's quite a lot written about it now. And the actual acceleration of digital transformation, it actually provides more opportunities for training inside organizations as well. It makes it easier to make sure that people have opportunities for learning, training, and of course, and I suppose I would say this, to extend training and coaching opportunities, and also to attract board members from other countries. Now we can do this with technology. So using technology to actually influence the board positively. And the metrics should be very easy to provide with this. The digital dashboards and options available shouldn't be a barrier. So yeah, I think that's basically it.
I really love the idea about a shadow board. And what it does is actually, it brings a new idea about even corporate governance in a new age. And, fantastic idea. Firaz, what's your thoughts in terms of how a board should engage with this whole innovation process and how they should manage it?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, particularly in a place like Africa where control is at a premium. So African companies typically don't like to give up control of anything. And what happens is you end up with a bit of a principal agent problem around the benefits to the employees versus the benefits to the owners. And I see this happen quite a bit. And I think the culture around equities and shares, options and things like that is very well established in places like the United States, Europe. but I still think it's early stages in a place like Africa, in part because I think employees in general don't even believe in those things yet. They haven't seen anyone exit from a company and all of a sudden become wealthy and things like that. So I think until those things happen, I think you're going to have some trailblazers and leadership in this space. But there is a principal agent problem, and that's the worst problem to have in an innovation scenario, because if the principal and the agent are not aligned on the values and the benefits of the innovation, you're going to end up with all sorts of perverse incentives. And if you can't align them through these shared incentives or equity, then you're basically relying on that individual's sense of purpose. And I think sense of purpose is absolutely a motivator, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't. If that were the case, then no one would take equity in the United States. You wouldn't give shares. You would just say, everybody believe in my vision and let's go do it. So, and that of course doesn't happen. Facebook wasn't built on just vision. It was built on people recognizing there's a huge opportunity there to make themselves wealthy. So I think we need to balance that and also consider what does that look like in Africa, and what does it take for management in Africa to think that it's in their interest to potentially give up control or something like that. So I don't know. I'm curious what everyone else would think about that. But that's some of the thoughts that I have on the board issue.
That's actually very useful insight. The principal agent problem and the African propensity to control, and how that curbs innovation. And we've seen multiple examples within the continent of just traditional organizations failing to take the next step. And so it's a very interesting point. Tendai, your views on how boards can manage this problem. And I think, given all the inputs that everyone else has already put, the whole idea of shadow boards, the whole idea of the principal agent problem, how do you think now, boards can manage the innovation process, across the world and in Africa specifically?
Yeah, so it's really interesting, right? Because the idea of the shadow board is to inspire the organization to generate new things and come up with new ideas, right? And at the same time, the board has a stewardship role in terms of governance. And of course, in Africa, we have challenges with governance, right? And we want to make sure that companies are being well run. Like that's one of the roles of the board. And so I was having a conversation with a colleague of Michael Wilkins. He sits on several boards in Denmark, and he said he noticed an evolution in the boards that he sits. He said like 99% of the agenda before was all governance stuff. Are we following the right regulations? Is the financial reporting correct, et cetera, et cetera? And he says over time that has now evolved to 50-50. 50% governance and 50% strategic direction of the future. Because one thing we need to understand conceptually, especially as members of boards, is stewardship is making sure things are okay today and that we're also going to be okay tomorrow. And so I sit on a board on a South African educational company. And so we have a standing agenda item where the CEO reports on the progress in the innovation portfolio. How much have they invested in innovation? What are the projects? And how much are those projects on track towards becoming the next new things that create revenue moments for the organization? And that's part of governance, right? We ensure that we're complying with everything else, but we also ensure that the company will live into the future. And I think that balance is something that boards always need to know. Stewardship is both governance for today and preparing the organization into the future. And that balance has to be struck. And I think it's an ethical thing that we actually need to do. It's what we actually owe to these organizations, especially if we want them to last for generations.
No, I really like the whole idea about stewardship, and it's extremely important because that's the whole job of a board. And anyone within the organization is supposed to take a long-term view. It's the board, and so it's very important that the board plays a role within this move towards innovation and striking a balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction. We're still waiting for the feedback from the poll, but we can go into some of the questions from the audience. There's some really good questions here. And one of them from Zia Manji is, are we creating leaders who know only how to exploit and not how to explore? Traditional management is focused on efficiency and optimization. How do we create leaders who are ambidextrous, and I love that word, and can also explore? I think we'll start with you, Firas. How do you create this next group of leaders? And how do you actually even incentivize them?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a culture of innovation that I think really has to be kind of motivated from the top. So in my experience, everything I'm doing is really only possible because there are leaders within the ASEM group that are interested in innovation. In fact, there are many other similar groups like ASEM in Tanzania and Kenya, in East Africa, and they don't pursue a digital agenda like we have. Okay, we like last week, 2 weeks ago, we launched the first mobile money wallet in Africa that was not linked to an MNO, and that was now done by ASEM, which is an FMCG. So there's no other FMCG in Africa I can think of right now that has launched a mobile wallet. And why is that? Okay, and I can tell you for sure from my experience, the only reason that happened is because there is leadership within that ASEM group that was dedicated and committed to seeing it through. And without that, even at the individual level, if there's not a champion within an organization that is making it happen, then it will not happen. Okay, and that person has to be very influential within the company. So my sense is there is a factor of leadership here and a factor of an individual who can really make a difference within a company. And will that person do it or will that person not do it? That's been my experience in this regard.
Thank you. And I think, Gina, you're a leadership coach, right? And the question is, are we creating the leaders who know not only how to exploit, but actually to explore, right? And how do we do this?
Yes, and I think coaching is very well placed to support this as well with leadership. And I think the other view, just interesting to say, Tanaji, it is something on the AOEC board, so we do exactly that. We have the report on the innovation and everything, and just sort of answering this a little bit backwards, but giving an example, AOEC have been a virtual company for 22 years, so pre-pandemic when a lot of people moved to virtual. However, we've always in that time, we've only delivered the training face-to-face. So still had to move very fast to adapt the programs to virtual. It was very challenging, but one of the things was also in the coaching industry, I wouldn't say there's a resistance to technology being, it's because coaching is a very personal, it's people focused. So you can imagine that innovation isn't generally the first thing on a coach's mind. It's the conversation that they'll have. But the pandemic accelerated this because we needed to do it. And one of the things that I'm so proud of is that the whole team recognized and reacted to that. And we came out of the pandemic with gamified program, machine learning, AI being added, the virtual suite of programs, and everything on a global scale as well. So not just in the UK. So all of that adaptation happened. So I think it's basically, I think it is possible with coaching and just talking to people, making sure, again, if people will go with you, they'll believe that it's for the good of the company.
So Gina, unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I think it just goes to show how amazing of a conversation this was. Time flies when you're having fun. So we'll have to wind up, and thanks for the whole panel. Could you give me like a 30-second just parting shot, Tendai, Firas, Gina?
Yeah, I mean, for me, my parting shot is an answer to your actual question that you asked before, which is ambidextrous leadership is now leadership. Yeah. We need to now stop making this distinction to say there's these leaders that are ambidextrous and these that are not ambidextrous. The leaders that are not ambidextrous are not leading. Yeah. Right? It's not leadership. Ambidextrous leadership is now leadership 101. That's not what leadership is. Exploiting your current success and exploring the future. That's the job of leaders now.
Yeah, and just actually, we got the results from the poll, and I think the culture and mindsets of the leadership was the most important thing for driving innovation. So thanks for the audience for that. I'm just told that we actually have to wind up. So thank you, everyone. And thank you so much for taking your time today and for participating in this amazing panel. And I hand it over back to the moderator, Katharina. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for having us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Samora. Thank you so much to our speakers. I think at some point it was said that what you're good at today might not be what will be needed tomorrow, what will make you good tomorrow, but I think what all of you are good at today will definitely help all of us to be more innovative tomorrow. So thank you so much for this very interesting session. Unfortunately, it's true that we're running a bit with the time pressure, so we need to continue. But for now, you do still have a few minutes to go into Connect to Converse again. So have a conversation with your fellow participants. The link again should be posted in the chat. Please make your way there, but then also come back at 55. So that's actually only 8 minutes from now, because we are going to continue with the program. But feel free to have a conversation or just get some fresh air, stand up, move your bodies, so we can then go into the last bit of today's event. See you soon.
Narrow that down, okay? And there are countries where they do the voting like that, you know. LinkedIn for the African plumber. Okay, I would say this is 20%.
So in this circumstance with the Falcons, we do have a technological solution. We do have a tool that's being leveraged to solve a problem. It's just not one that we, with our 21st century minds, would initially assume.
In other words, we moved from matters of our hands to matters of our minds. And in the future, I think we and society will best be served if we start including matters of the heart too.
Collaboration is an antidote to monopoly and complacency. It's about welcoming uncertainty without fear. It is to add back what Drucker called the lubricant against organizational friction.
Thank you very much.
Drucker Forum's a great opportunity for exchange. It's a very democratic conference, so people sit next to each other, you meet people at lunch, you meet people at the breaks. So it's not a very hierarchical conference. You know, some conferences you go to and all the important people are off in the green room, and this is not like that at all.
It's a conference where people who come are very smart people. They're here to network for sure, but they're smart people who understand good insight and bad insight, and so you learn a lot by being here.
All right. So, hello and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for watching the video in the background. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome back, everyone, from the Connect to Converse. I hope you had some good conversations, and we are now having a special part in our program. I'm not going to tell you too much, but it is my great pleasure to have Dr. Antonella May-Portler with us. Dr. Antonella May-Portler is a special advisor in the Austrian Federal Chancellery, and she has joined us today to present a very special initiative of the Austrian government to you. Antonella, I'm heading it straight over to you.
Thank you, Katharina, for having me with you and for giving me the chance to present an initiative of the Austrian Chancellery together with the Kofi Annan Foundation, which was born in the EU-AU Forum 2018, and which we are happy now to realize. Really, I want to run you through very quickly in what we're doing, and please just show the presentation, share the presentation so that we can show it to everybody. So what is the initiative about? The initiative is about making really impactful innovation part of the African DNA and unlocking Africa's entrepreneurial potential. That is our aim. And the idea is really to bring agency to, broadly speaking, to the African continent, in the sense of making sure that the very African entrepreneurs get supported and get funded and get networked into the broader community, that we really capitalize on the youth dividend that Africa has, and that is getting even stronger, and that we do a digital leapfrogging. So perhaps we can move to the next slide, so that we can so that we can really base on digital leapfrogging and find new solutions to the problem that we need to solve. And we decided to start the first installment of the Kofi Annan Award for Innovation in Africa on the health and well-being area, SDG 3, and make sure that the health tech companies in Africa are being supported. Given the fact that only 2% of the world's doctors are in Africa, but 16% of the world population. So there is a real gap that we need to fill. What we saw, and let's get to the next slide, what we saw is that the funded tech startups in Africa are really growing 6 times faster than globally. And so one of our ideas was really to focus on the key lever, on the key leverage point, giving the right funding and the right networking to the impactful entrepreneurs that Africa has. And if you look at the next slide, you will see that there are over 200, and you cannot read it, but in sharing the slides, you will see it. There are over 200 startups in Africa that are really addressing very different issues in health services, health platforms, digital health logistics. So there is a wide array of activities that is going on, and a lot of the solutions that are frugal solutions are developed in Africa. So let us get to the heart of the Kofi Annan Award and where we stand now. The idea is to honor Kofi Annan's legacy and commitment to move to a just and equitable world, and really change the conversation about Africa. And as we know, very often the conversation is a very biased conversation, just naming the biggest problems, but not the great solutions that are being developed. And so we focus really on the solutions. And let's get to the next slide. What we did was really to define a prize, an award that is giving 250,000 euros grants to the 3 final winners. We give the chance to participate to Innovation Bootcamp to 9 finalists, and the bootcamp have just taken place. And then we have a 12-month sprint program after that for the winners to make sure that they connect in a global network and can really upscale their activities. So we now got 330 applications from 38 countries throughout Africa. We have 9 finalists, and we are really getting to the close, and we will select the 3 winners in May, in the beginning of May, and we'll have the chance to present them to the world and also to give them support. Now, of course, you cannot do these activities as an Austrian chancellery alone. We need very strong partners, and the strong partners are the Kofi Annan Foundation that has been really giving us this high-level purpose. But then we have the Innovation Accelerator of the World Food Programme that supports us with the bootcamp and has a lot of experience in startup activities and in acceleration. And we have the Austrian Development Agency, which is our very own development agency, who is present on the ground. And of course, we have also a high-level jury that not only supports the choice of the finalists, but also will support the finalists in the networking. So perhaps we get to the next, to the high-level jury names, which is missing here, the slide, but I can give you a couple of names. It's people like Valerie Amos, who was the emergency relief coordinator of the UN, Koyo Annan, the son of Kofi Annan, Elhadi Assi, the president of the Kofi Annan Foundation, and David Beasley, the executive director of the World Food Programme, and Eric Schmidt and Mohamed Yunus, last but not least, the Nobel Prize laureate. And then we have Bogolo Kenenvendo, who is an economist and former Minister of Investment in Botswana, and Jacine Gibor, a founder of Speak Up Africa. So we have a very wide array of people with different experiences. Now, in the slides that we share, you will see the names of the 9 finalists. I would like to run very quickly through the names because we have a time limitation. So we have companies like Flair, a platform who serves in over 10,000 patients in Kenya and wants to extend it across Africa. We have Chaiselong, a digital Sigmund Freud. So we have quite an affinity to that. Or Vexi Global, a company, a Zimbabwean-based company that is supporting the vaccine distribution and recognition of patients in a very novel AI verification approach. We have Mdreed, a company focused on hearing aids, which are supported with hearing aids consume a lot of batteries normally, and they are solarly powered. Then we have MyPaddy, which is a net which destigmatizes sexual health and sexual counseling. Then we have Rocket Health, which brings really health services to 4 million Ugandan patients and supports the compliance. Then we have Thalamus, which creates a new interface between clinics and patients in Ghana and has created a great network. The next one is GeroCare, a company that is focused on geriatric health services for the elderly and has also a very novel way of financing those. And then last but not least, LifeStore Healthcare, a company which has created a network with pharmacies and supports also the verification of the pharmaceuticals, which very often are not verified and distributed. So this is a quick run through the Kofi Annan Award, and I'm really looking forward to the finalists and to the final award event, which will take place in Vienna on July 12th. So thank you very much, and I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Antonella, for this quick run through. A lot of very inspiring startups. So we're also curious to hear more about the winners in May. I'm already curious. I mean, Digital Sigmund Freud, of course, me living in Vienna, I've got my ears and eyes open. Thank you so much. And with this, we now move on to another topic that also a lot of startups deal with these days, blockchain. And there is really no one who could explain it better than the upcoming keynote speaker. But for this, I hand it back to you, Sia, in the studio.
Thank you, Katerina. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of introducing you to our second keynote speaker.
Adam.
Sorry. Katerina, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to introduce our second keynote speaker, Don Tapscott. Don is the chairman of the Blockchain Research Institute, one of the world's leading authorities on the impact of technology on business and society. He has authored over 16 books, including Economics, How Mass Collaboration Has Changed Everything, and more recently, together with his son, Alex, co-authored Blockchain Revolution, how the technology behind Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies is changing the world. Together with Alex, he co-founded the Blockchain Research Institute, which has commissioned over 100 projects on blockchain strategy, users cases, implementation challenges, and organizational transformation. Don is ranked the second most influential management thinker and the top digital thinker in the world's Thinkers 50. We are honored to have such a prolific, profound, influential speaker in today's technology revolution and its impact on the world. Don, thank you for being here and thank you for your time. We're really looking forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you so much, Zia. I'm looking forward to hearing what I have to say, too. This is actually a topic that we've done a lot of research on, but amazingly, I've never actually given a speech on this. So you heard it here first. I'm going to talk to you about how the intersection of a whole set of new problems and an exciting new era of technology creates extraordinary opportunities for development, for prosperity, for sustainability, and for achieving the overall SDGs. Let's get into it. You know, increasingly problems in the world are global problems. This is an animation from NASA about pollution flows in the world. And you think about any problem, increasingly it's a global problem. Now, of course, poverty in Nairobi is different than poverty in Toronto, but poverty is a growing problem and there are some systemic origins to this. And increasingly we need global solutions. Now, how do we solve global problems? Well, the current model is called global institutions based on nation states. And these institutions were created beginning at Bretton Woods in 1944, after the Second World War. We created the IMF and the World Bank, and then eventually a whole set of new institutions. The GATT, Global Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, then eventually the G20, the G8, or whatever it is now. Global institutions based on nation states. But because of some big changes, the rise of the civil society, there were no civil society organizations really at Bretton Woods, because there weren't any in the world. There were 50 NGOs. Today, NGOs are a huge proportion of every economy. Also, the private sector has become a pillar of society. So we have also the rise of new technology, and that enables some new models of solving global problems. We call them global solution networks. And I actually did a $4 million project on this new multi-stakeholder model of solving problems. And there were over 40 projects in that initiative. You can find it at gsnetworks.org. It's all free. And these new networks consist of these different classes of stakeholders, not just governments. They're self-organizing. They're not controlled by a state or global institutions. They exploit technology to work, and they're attacking a global problem. They don't have to be global, but they're attacking a global problem. And these networks, as we speak, as this forum is on right now, are engaging millions and millions of people around the world. Now, I'm not going to go through all this, but it turns out there are 10 types of these networks. We have advocacy networks. There are watchdog networks like Human Rights Watch. There are all kinds of policy networks. There are knowledge networks that are in the business of creating global knowledge, global standards organizations. And together, these new types of organizations are having a big impact on the world. Now, here's an example in Africa. The problem of conflict diamonds is well known. And, these struggles over diamonds, conflict led to wars and tribal battles and crime and terrorism and all kinds of other stuff. Many thousands of people have died. This problem is pretty much under control today. Not totally, but pretty much, due to a multi-stakeholder network involving these different types of organizations called the Kimberley process. And there are 59 participants, companies, governments, civil society organizations, and they involve all different sectors of society. And they've worked to create standards and enabling the tracing and ownership, certification, and provenance of diamonds. Now, to the point of my talk, underlying Kimberley, many people don't know about this, is a company called Everledger. And Everledger is enabling this definitive registry to trace the ownership, to certify the provenance, to boost transparency on diamonds, and to root out illegal goods and decrease fraud worldwide. And Everledger is based on a new generation of technology called blockchain. Blockchain. This is a permanent ledger for diamond certification and related transaction history. And it provides verification for insurance companies, for owners, for claimants, for law enforcement, and so on. What is going on here? Well, this is an example of thousands of new implementations of a new generation of technology. So I just described to you some new models for solving global problems. Now I'd like to talk to you about the underlying technology and then put those two together to speak to a whole new paradigm in how we go about building a better world. And of course, I'm going to focus on Africa. Let's get into it. For 40 years, we've had an internet of information. But if I send you some information, a PDF, a photo, an email, I'm actually not sending you the information. I'm sending you a copy. And that works great for information. But when it comes to assets, things of value like money or securities or intellectual property or the data in our identities or art or music, cultural assets, a vote's an asset, something of value that belongs to somebody. When it comes to those things, copying them is not a good idea. You don't want someone copying your vote or your identity. And if I transmit $1,000 to you, it's really important that I don't still have the money, right? So cryptographers have called this the double spend problem. And the way that we manage this problem in our economy is through intermediaries. And for this 40 years, we've had a whole series of technologies, mainframes, mini computers, PCs, the internet, the cloud, social media, big data. And now we have this new generation of technology that's infusing itself into the physical world. We have billions and trillions of inert objects in our world that are smart and communicating. We have technologies that learn to do things that they weren't programmed to do. And to me, the foundational technology for this new era, a second era of the digital age, is the underlying technology of cryptocurrencies or blockchain. And the reason is this represents the second era of the internet. So as I was describing, for these 40 years, we've had an internet of information. What if there were some kind of global distributed ledger, an internet of value, where anything of value, from money to securities to intellectual property to the truth about a diamond, could be managed, stored, transacted in a secure and private way. We wouldn't need intermediaries to do that. And this is a truly extraordinary thing. It's an internet of value where the middleman, the people who create trust in our society, banks, stock exchanges, credit card companies, social media companies to some extent, in some ways governments, they perform all of the business transaction logic for every type of commerce. They identify the parties, they clear and settle transactions, they keep records. And overall, they've done a good job, but there are growing problems. They're centralized so they can be hacked. They exclude a couple of billion people from the global economy. They capture our data, which is a big problem, as we'll learn in a second. And they take too long. So, and they cost too much. So what if there were an internet of value, this ledger where anything of value could be managed, stored, transacted? This is what Satoshi Nakamoto solved in 2008. Satoshi, by inventing Bitcoin, solved the double spend problem. And this is now an extraordinary thing where people can trust each other and they can collaborate and do transactions peer to peer. And trust is not achieved by a middleman, it's achieved by some cryptography, some collaboration, and some clever code, which is why we call it the trust protocol. Now, I had a great analogy on why I thought this was also a very secure platform, but the American comedian, John Oliver, who's got a late night TV show, got a hold of my analogy and he had some fun with it. So I'm going to play that for you right now. You'll see why I don't use the analogy anymore.
And because of the complicated process the network uses to verify records, it is very secure. Now, relax. I'm not going to get into what that process is or how it works, but I will share a really helpful, really dumb metaphor for why it is safe.
The way I like to think of it is that a blockchain is a highly processed thing, sort of like a chicken McNugget. And if you wanted to hack it, it'd be like turning a chicken McNugget back into a chicken. Now, someday someone will be able to do that, but for now, it's going to be tough.
Hold on, that is an absolutely horrible thought. So why is that reporter so happy about the idea? Because if anyone ever figures out how to turn a chicken McNugget back into a chicken, that chicken is going to be up. He's going to spend the rest of his life suffering from PTSD and writing haunting poetry about the experience. The things I saw, buck, buckaw. My body is whole, but what of my soul?
So you can see why I don't use the analogy anymore. I still think it's a pretty good analogy. So that's an internet of value. Now, how does this affect the way that we solve global problems? Let me share with you some of the research that we do at the Blockchain Research Institute. Our goal is to link the potential of this technology with its actual deployment. And we've been doing over 120 projects, and many of them address the SDGs. And these are just a list of the number of our projects that support the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is another view of the number of our projects that support the SDG. This is an extraordinary resource. Now, companies and governments pay, up to a couple of $100,000 each to fund this work, but they've released, and we've released a lot of it into the public. And you can get access to this for no charge at blockchainresearchinstitute.org. So let's talk about 7 problems. I could talk about 30, but I don't have time. Although if you want to stay here for a few more hours, I'm game, we can do that. But big problems that are all very important for Africa: financial inclusion, land titles, climate change, oceans, fisheries, the question of the identity of Africans, the broader issue of prosperity, and I guess even a broader issue about how do we build a good democracy. This technology right now is making a real difference. And it's important that all of you understand this. First of all, financial inclusion. There are 2 billion people in the world who don't have access to the economy, really, because they don't have a bank account. They're not part of the financial system. Now, in fairness to the banks, this is not just because they don't have enough money to be profitable. A lot of them don't have an identity, and they're just not a target for the bank. And in Kenya, this problem is solved in some ways, or it's ameliorated by M-Pesa, where millions of people do their banking through mobile phones. And there's no bank involved. The system uses old central server technology provided by the telephone company. But 13% of all transactions, those of you in Kenya know, go through this system. Well, imagine a supercharged version of M-Pesa running on blockchain. Well, that exists, and it's called BitPesa. Now, BitPesa has not been successful in getting into Kenya, but BitPesa is an extraordinary technology that takes M-Pesa to a whole new level, and it's based on blockchain technology. Remittances are a huge problem. I mean, why does it take 4 to 7 days for a physician in Toronto to send money to her mother in Nairobi? And why does it cost, but Western Union charges, I don't know, over 10% for doing that? This is a ripoff. It's the global diaspora. These are people who've left their ancestral lands and who send money back home. And this is close to $1 trillion a year. And all this value is being taken from these people, and it's going into the financial system. This is not right. And in the Philippines, it's 25% of the economy comes from remittances of the Filipino diaspora sending money back home. Well, this problem can now be solved with blockchain, and that physician can send money from her mobile device directly to her mother's device in Kenya. And this is happening right now today. Now, it's still in the early stages and there's some interface problems, but the physician is not being charged 12%. She's being charged 2%. And it doesn't take 4 to 7 days, it takes 10 minutes. So this is a huge opportunity that can be addressed. Secondly, land titles. Over 75% of the land titles in Africa are not enforceable. And this is a huge problem all around the world. You're living in Honduras, and all of a sudden a dictator comes to power, and he says, well, you may have a piece of paper that says you own your farm, but the government computer says my friend owns your farm. This happened on mass scale. In India, it's a huge problem. You take a land title into the office because your parents passed away and it's in the bill or in the will, and the local land title clerk says, I'm sorry, but you don't own your land. You have to pay rent because someone's bribed that person. Well, we can now solve this problem with blockchain. And you put land titles on a blockchain, as is happening in the Haryana province of India, and no corrupt clerk, no government official, nobody can hack that thing, unless they know how to turn a chicken McNugget back into a chicken, sorry. But it's also there, it's transparent. Governments can see it, the media can see it, global institutions can see it. And this is a way of protecting land title. Now, the big problem is getting a valid land title in the first place, and that's not trivial. That's the biggest challenge with this. It's not the technology. Blockchain is there, and it can enable this. Climate change. I don't have to convince anyone on this call or at this conference that this is a big problem. We need to reduce carbon by 90% in the next 25 years. And even if we do, terrible things are happening. They're already happening. There are 1 billion people in Africa are losing most of their water supply. And you think we have a problem of migration in Europe today? Imagine hundreds of millions of people coming into motion, having to move, and the conflict and terrible conditions that create that encourages all kinds of other things like crime and who knows, supports terrorism or whatever. So this is a problem that we need to solve. And blockchain can help us in many, many ways. Now, this is a whole 1 hour talk, but I'll just give you a couple of examples. Wien Energy is the largest regional energy provider in Austria, and it's implemented a blockchain-based energy tokenization platform called MyPower that enables micro investments in solar plants and encourages local communities to produce renewable energy. And customers can buy micro shares in solar plants with traditional money. In return, they receive tokens for the amount of energy equivalent to their shares. And they receive tokens that can be shared, traded, and so on, and they can redeem their tokens and use them to pay for electrical bills. So we're going to move towards a distributed power network. And this light bulb is going to buy power from a marketplace. And when it does, its reputation as a trustworthy device will be enhanced. That's not going to go through the Visa network. That's all going to go through a blockchain. WePower is another example that connects corporate energy buyers and energy retailers with green energy contractors so that all businesses, no matter what size, can easily purchase locally produced green energy at competitive rates and full transparency. There's the Sun Exchange is a startup that focuses on building investments in solar. A carbon credit is an asset. This can now be tokenized, as it's called. A token is just a piece of software that represents that asset. And we can have things called natural asset tokens that can represent a synthetic asset like a carbon credit, or they could represent a tree for that matter. And there are people mapping the Brazilian rainforest and tokenizing every tree that exists there. And the Universal Carbon Token is the world's first tradable carbon token on a public blockchain. It was launched in December of 2020. And this it's based on a network of prominent blockchain and cryptocurrency companies that have partnered with a digital gold trader and a bunch of other companies to launch this new, very innovative asset. And the goal is to democratize this new asset class of carbon credits and initiate a global carbon clearing price similar to other commodities like gold. And there are others. I see I'm running out of time here, but TerraPass is another carbon token, and so is Moss Carbon. And in the future, you'll go to a store and you'll buy the carbon neutral coffee mug because it comes with these tokens, and the mug itself will be offset with carbon tokens. And these tokens are like loyalty points. You can exchange them or you can turn them into fiat money if you want. Now, fourth, we obviously have a huge problem with our oceans, and with fish and with agriculture. And this is a whole other story as well. We've done a lot of work in this area. But the Ocean Currency Network is a very interesting organization that, by measuring the number and variety of marine life forms in an area and giving them an economic price, countries can better set milestones for protecting and sustaining their ocean-based assets. And blockchain technology plays a role in that. It provides a registry, the provenance of all of these marine forms of marine life, and it's creating a new framework to compel policymakers basically to protect marine life. The Fishcoin project is really interesting. I know in Toronto, it's over half of all the fish that you eat in a restaurant is inappropriately labeled. And this is much higher in Africa, actually. And, it's labeled as an expensive fish when it's really a cheap fish, or it's labeled as an okay fish when really it's an endangered species. And seafood is one of the largest industries on the planet, but it's really unsustainable and it's not regulated well. And depend on the species and size of the supply chain, the mislabeling we found can be as high as 86% in some places in the world. So Fishcoin creates a registry of fish. So you know everything about that fish, and ultimately you go into a store to buy a fish and it'll tell you where it came from, what it was fed, what medication it had, was it farmed, how it moved through the supply chain, what temperature it was stored in trucks, exactly how old it is, and so on. And this is a really exciting development. Now, part of this has to do with agriculture as well. And small farm holders are the most vulnerable to climate threats and least able to cope. But in Africa, small farm holders are the vast majority of agriculture. And with access to blockchain and other digital technologies, they can begin to implement sustainable practices and have lower costs and better output. And Dimitri, we did a case on this. It's a startup company that aims to deliver agriculture technology to millions of these farmers worldwide. And blockchain is an indispensable part of this because all these farmers can transact payments, they can aggregate seed and data, seed quality data, they can monitor crop growth, they can track yields from farmer to retailer, and they can also accrue these tokens, Dimitri points, within the app and exchange them for agricultural products and many other things. That's worth looking into. I mentioned Everledger, which is an extraordinary thing, but this has more broadly to do with supply chains. How can this be 2022? And one of the big problems in the world is the failure of our supply chains. Well, these things are these super complicated. We've got trains, boats, and planes, and trucks, and all these different partners, and they're moving around through borders, and you've got tax authorities, and there are all these middleman agents, transfer agents, and banks, and there are these traditional systems, ERP, EDI for electronic data interchange. No wonder these things are failing. What if we had a single shared network state, a single ledger, where you could have real-time transactions, where all the players could see what's going on, where there was a single version of the truth, where you could have smart payments. These come in something called a smart contract. It's just like what it sounds like. It's a contract made of software. Someone does something that fulfills the terms of the contract, and the contract has a bank inside the contract, a digital bank, and it makes a payment. So IBM Food Trust is an example of this. Walmart, it used to take them 3 months to find out where a bad avocado came from, poison avocado. They can now do it in 15 seconds. So this is the power of blockchain transparency. And Volvo cobalt, of course, a big problem in Africa, and it's using transparency, a blockchain to create a global system for tracking all the cobalt that's used in its batteries. And they brought together a whole series of partners to be able to do that. Number 5, we got 3 more to go here. We have a problem. You know, the new asset class of the digital age is data. And we, citizens, create this data. We create a virtual image of ourselves, but the virtual Zia knows more about Zia than he does, because he can't remember what he bought a year ago, or his exact location a year ago, what medication he had, or what diagnosis he had, or what he got on that test, et cetera, et cetera. And all of this data is created by him, but it's captured into a virtual image of him that's owned by a set of digital conglomerates, vast digital companies that increasingly own the asset class of the digital age. The problem with these companies is not that they're monopolies. The problem is that they increasingly own the economy. And half of NASDAQ, for example, the top 6 companies. So this is a big problem because it means that we can't monetize this data. A guy named Jared Lanier at Davos, last time I was there, said that there are 1.5 billion people in the world who could double their income if they could have access and ownership of their own data. It means that we can't use the data to plan our lives. The data is not secure because it's based on central servers. There are 2 types of these servers, those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. It means that we can't aggregate all this data together for social causes, like saying a pandemic, to get early warning systems, because it's all buried in silos. And finally, our privacy is being undermined. And people say to me, well, Don, privacy's dead, get over it. You know, if you got nothing to hide, what's your problem? This is ridiculous. This is stupidity. Privacy is the foundation of freedom. And we need to get all this data back because it represents our identities so that we can manage it responsibly for ourselves. We need to recapture our digital identities. So this is not just about privacy. It's a much bigger thing. And the new model of blockchain is a citizen-owned identity where we get to own our identities, and it's all this data swept up and stored on a blockchain. We can use it to build better lives. Now, finally, there's a challenge and an opportunity with prosperity. And boy, where do I go with this? I'm running out of time here. Let me sort of put it this way. How do we solve this problem of the growing inequality that exists in the world? Well, right now, the current thing is we need to redistribute wealth. The rich should pay more towards the poor. Well, for sure, there's some of that should happen, and maybe Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk should pay some tax. But how about this for a new idea? Enabled by blockchain, rather than just redistributing wealth, could we pre-distribute it? Could we democratize the way that the economy works and that wealth gets created in the first place? Well, that's an extraordinary idea. How would that work? Well, I described this in my TED talk, and I don't really have time to go into it here, but you know, many millions of people have seen that. And these were some of the themes that I talked about. We can protect rights through immutable records. You know, the creators of music could be fairly compensated for the value they created. We could have land titles that are valid. We could create a true sharing economy. Uber is not sharing right now. One of the reasons it's successful as a company is precisely because it doesn't share. There's no reason for the company Uber. Drivers and owners of vehicles could cooperate on a blockchain. The same for Airbnb. We'll call it B Airbnb, blockchain Airbnb, and I described that. We could end the remittance ripoff, which I talked about. We could enable citizens to own and monetize their own data, as I discussed. We could ensure fair compensation for the creators of value, because right now a lot of people create value, and what the value they create gets taken away from them. Blockchain enables entrepreneurship in all kinds of new ways, because little companies can now have the capabilities of big companies without all the liabilities, like a deadening bureaucracy, culture, and so on. And finally, we can reinvent government and democracy. And so let me just kind of describe that, if I could. We have a crisis of legitimacy of our democratic institutions. And all around the world, democracy is in deep trouble. A third of Americans think that the last election was stolen because the loser, Donald Trump, says that. This is the most scrutinized election in American history. It's probably the most scrutinized election ever. Every vote was counted like 10 times, with all kinds of independent parties and lawyers and lawsuits and everything. This is a big problem. Legitimacy is the concept that you may disagree with who's in power, but at least you think the system was a good one. Well, a growing number of people question democracy as a system. We need to fix this. And one of the big problems is that politicians are not beholden to citizens. They're beholden to the powerful interests that put them into power. So you think about in the United States, 94% of citizens want to see a background check for firearms, but Congress can't pass a law saying that because Congress is not responsible to citizens. They're accountable to the people who put them into power. So we need to move to a whole new model of democracy, in my view. And again, each of these is a whole separate topic, but let me just describe that. We need to have a second wave of democracy. The first wave was great. Was better than feudalism and kings and nobles running things. We created these elected institutions, but there was a weak mandate. Citizens were inert. They were passive in the democratic process, and representatives are accountable to powerful interests. A second wave can be characterized by transparency, a culture of public deliberation where citizens can become active, and where politicians are accountable to citizens. And I'll just give you a couple of examples on that. We can have real e-voting. Right now, people are not going to vote online because they don't trust it, because of they can't see that the double spend problem has been solved. You want to know that your vote was cast for and counted for the person for whom you voted, and it can't be moved, it can't be deleted, and it can't be multiplied either. Only with blockchain technology is the only technology that enables that. You can have 100% assurance that your vote has been counted correctly. There are all kinds of other things. I'll just mention one. We could have a smart vote. Today, we can have smart money with cryptocurrencies. You send your kid off, ultimately, you send your kid off to university maybe, and you give them some money for books and tuition. And you hope that he spends it on books and tuition and not in the bar or something else. So he goes into the bar and orders a I don't know, a Singapore sling or something, and the money smart vote inside a smart contract that specifies not just who you're voting for, but also that specifies the program that the person was running on. And if they don't implement that program, they need to be accountable to you. And if they don't implement the program, then there are consequences that flow from that. So there's a very fast tour through some 7 of dozens of extraordinary opportunities to help us build a better world. And all of these opportunities, of course, are so relevant to Africa. So this is a time of vast new promise and opportunity. So why is this taking so long? Well, when you have a new paradigm, leaders of the old have difficulty embracing the new. I put together this little list of famous last words. Television won't be able to hold on to any market and capture. That came from the CEO of 20th Century Fox. I'm old enough to remember Ken Olsen, CEO of the Digital Equipment Corporation. It's the biggest company in the world, biggest technology company, it's bigger than IBM, saying there's no reason any individual will want to have a computer in their home. Well, that's what's happening today. And all around the world, there's confusion about this topic, because this is a new paradigm, and a paradigm is a mental model. Paradigms with boundaries around what we think they constrain our actions. They're often based on assumptions that are so strong, we don't know that they're there. The earth is at the center of the universe. The big problem in the world is communism. Remember that one? The purpose of computing is to automate existing business processes. And computers are used by programmers or by secretaries. I mean, these were all paradigms, and something came along and there was a shift. And these shifts disrupt things. They're often received badly with coolness or even mockery, hostility. Those with vested interests fight against change, and leaders of old paradigms have great difficulties embracing the new. The number one impediment to implementing blockchain around the world is government regulation, where we have an old regulatory environment organized through an old financial system that has old laws and old regulations and old leaders and old computer systems and traditional attitudes and consumer behavior. And all of a sudden, in the case of blockchain, we have something called DeFi, decentralized finance. This is not fintech. Fintech is just the tip of the iceberg. DeFi is everything that banks do can be done by software. Now, banks are not going to go away, of course. You have banks with great leaders like Standard Bank in South Africa, I'm familiar with very well. The leaders there figured out that this is a big opportunity to create better value for consumers at a lower cost. But this is a huge challenge. So I'd like to close by just posing a question to you. How is your country going to find leadership for change? How is your company or organization? And how could you be a leader? Well, leadership can really come from anywhere. You know, the person at the top can't learn for the organization as a whole anymore. Things are becoming too complicated. That's not me, that's a guy named Peter Senge from 30 years ago, a book called The Fifth Discipline. And leadership is your personal opportunity if you will it. Can you do this? Can Africa do this? You know, thank you, Zia, for not calling me a futurist when you introduced me, because I'm not a futurist. I think that the future is not something to be predicted. The future is something to be achieved, and we can achieve a new future if we will it. I'd like to end by showing you something and speaking to a little analogy, if I could. And it's an analogy that comes from nature. And where basically, hang on here a second, if I can get this on the screen. Is this gonna work here for us? Yeah. So, and it's about collective behavior and a decentralized world, which is where we're moving to, I believe, enabled by this technology. Fish come in schools, bees come in swarms, starlings in different parts of the world come in something called a murmuration. This is a word in the dictionary, murmuration. It stands for the murmuring of the wings of the birds. And starlings are out over a 24-hour radius throughout the day doing their starling thing. And at night they come together and they create one of the most extraordinary things in all of nature. And the murmuration has a number of functions. The main one is it protects the birds. You can see on the right of the screen here, this is a hawk, 25 times the size of a starling, a predator, a killer of starlings being chased away by the collective power of the little birds. And scientists that have studied this say they've never seen an accident. There's leadership but there's no one leader. And when the moment is right, this magic happens. So is this some kind of fanciful analogy, or could we actually learn something from this about solving problems in Africa? Well, the murmuration functions according to all the principles that I've just shared with you. Remember I said trust is not achieved by a middleman. There's no middleman here. Trust is achieved by cryptography, by collaboration, and some clever code. This is a big collaboration. There's code in the DNA of the birds that gives it some rules. The big rule is don't bump into anybody else. But there are other rules, like don't get too far away. Murmuration has a great interdependence. You know, when I speak to business leaders and CEOs, I tell them, I don't think that business can succeed in a world that's failing. And surely the global pandemic has showed us that problem. The invasion of Ukraine showed us that problem. This is hurting the whole global economy, and it's hurting the world, not just the people in Ukraine or the people in Russia. So murmuration functions as if the interests of an individual bird are connected to the interests of the murmuration as a whole, interdependence. And finally, the murmuration has what I would call great integrity. Integrity is about doing the right thing. And that's the foundation of trust. Now, what is trust? I wrote a book about this. It took me 3 months to write this sentence. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think trust is. Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. Trust is the expectation that the other party will do the right thing. And that's why this murmuration can function, because a little tiny starling will chase a predator 25 times its size because it knows that the other birds will do the right thing and will have its back. And we can build through a new trust protocol, a new kind of more open and decentralized society, where maybe this smaller world that our children inherit, our grandchildren inherit, might actually be a better one. And this age of networked intelligence might be an age where the promise is finally fulfilled. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing those insights. And I wish we had more time, John, because as you said, you could be here for hours and we could learn so much. I remember the first time I heard you speak last year, I've got to admit that I knew nothing about blockchain, and I had this paradigm shift that you talked about in terms of my understanding. And today that's been continued. So thank you for sharing that and for talking about blockchain for good and bringing some of those great examples in Africa. And I think that, as we know, we're so good at leapfrogging in our part of the world, and I'm so excited about what we will see with blockchain in the near future. We've run out of time, and I don't know if we've got much time for questions, but I'm just going to check with Katerina. No, I don't think we do. Sadly.
Unfortunately, we don't. Because I think when we get started now, we're going to have to do exactly what Don told us, have like 3 more hours to talk about this. I think there's enough material to talk about, but unfortunately not now.
Thank you, Don. Thank you once again, Don, and we hope that we will be able to see you again soon at one of our next forums. And
okay, well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Have a great day.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the East Africa Management and Innovation Forum. I'd like to invite you to the ending ceremony now. I'm going to be joined by Katerina and by Zena. Just give us a second, and we'll be with you.
Bye. think we're just trying to get everyone's audio and image started before we can have the final summary here. So maybe before we get all the text started, maybe let me come in here. We do now also want to have a look at the past hours that have been happening. And we're very curious what has actually been written on your little post-its. So maybe if you have actually taken some notes, have a look at the post-it with the question marks and also the post-it with the exclamation mark, and share with us in the chat what was your key insight today? What was the most inspiring thought? What was the one thing that you definitely don't want to forget and that you want to keep with yourselves, take away from today? Maybe just share whatever you do want to share in the chat. Yeah, I think the audio and video is working now, right?
I think
yes,
so.
It is. Yes.
Yes.
So Sia, back to you then.
Thank you very much. I believe that Zena is going to be beginning first with some of those summaries.
Yes, I think I will hand it back to Katerina to summarize track 1, and then I will be able to summarize track 2. Katerina, over to you.
Okay, sure. So we were just thinking, I mean, we've been in this all together now for 5 hours, 6 hours, kind of lost my sense of time here as well. And I think all of us have taken things that kind of stood out more to us. I do personally feel, and I've heard this term just last year in an online workshop, I feel inspired, which is this combination of inspired and tired. And maybe some of you can sympathize with that. So we wanted to just have a look, since not all of you could be in both tracks at the same time, to just summarize very briefly what's been happening in those 2 tracks. So I was in the first one, and I just want to give you some of the impressions I received. So in the first session, we talked about the power of purpose, which was beautifully led by David Gantende, who also brought in a lot of magic into our session. And we were talking about purpose and how important it is for businesses to also take into consideration the purpose in order to create profit and success as well. And I think the one thing that I would take out of it is what Tal Ben-Shahar said. He said that we look at work either as a job, a career, or a calling, but that all of us do have all elements of that in our jobs, and that we can control how we look at it. So if we do want to look at our own work more as a calling, we can ask ourselves, what gives myself meaning in what I do? And then it was beautiful because someone came in with a question from the audience: to what extent is the purpose of adults hidden in what we liked to do as children? And Tal responded to that actually as children, we are our default authentic selves. And quite often what we do as children is really the passion that we carry within us. Then in the second session, we talked about when innovation is the name of the game, also beautifully led by Brenda Mbati. And I think the one thought that I'm taking away from it is what Hal Gregerson said. He was referring to innovation and what an important part emotional connection plays in that regard as well. And he said that there is an emotional terrain to innovation that we often miss. It's the moments when we are emotionally connected. And these are the moments when we really create innovation and impact. So we should expose ourselves more to those moments and dare to be more vulnerable, because this is what's at the core of innovation. And then we had, of course, this beautiful artistic voyage that I think most of you joined. Merit came up with a way how she, as a physicist and dancer, would dance with robots, and by that put humans and technology close to each other. And she quoted Einstein, who actually said, play is the highest form of research. And she asked all of us to be more vulnerable and accept our creative side. And then in the last session in our track, we had striking the balance between empowered decisions and efficient direction, led by Samora Kariuki. We're talking about how businesses can create a culture that is successful, but that still allows for innovation. And one thing I'm taking away from it is what Gina Lodge said, that we kind of employ people because we want their skills and competencies, but at the same time, we then try to work for them. So what we should do instead is really acknowledge and praise what they do, but do it authentically. And I think the last thing I want to refer to is that at the beginning in my conversation with Richard, Richard said that the biggest challenge for management is to liberate the human potential. And I think even if we might not have managed to liberate all of it today, I really feel like we have seen a lot of that potential. We have understood much more what that actually means. And most of all, I think we have also felt what that human potential can be. And then back to you, Senna.
Thank you, Katerina. And our session, I think the tone that really set the stage for the afternoon was the old African adage that until the lion has the opportunity or this forum to tell its tale, the story will always be glorified by the hunter. And I think what we really got out of this afternoon was a lot of perspective about what happens on this continent, a lot of insights, a lot of discussion. The first session we discussed digital transformation and what that actually means in practicality, and what transformation would mean in the context of this continent, and how failure is actually a really important aspect and consideration that we don't actually always give, and how social safety nets for failure should be encouraged within companies and management. The second session, we really moved on to leadership and what leadership looks like in the 2020s, and how on this continent a lot of academic and accolades are usually prioritized, but actually leadership is done while you do. Leadership is a job that you learn while you go. And also that leadership should also be a two-way street, that we should give opportunity to young people to rise above and to also share their insights, and it should be a conversation and a dialogue. In our third session, we discussed the workplace and workplace resilience, and how this new normal of the pandemic is not exactly a new normal, because we've had many instances of showing that actually the way we do work needs to change a bit, that how we look at the work hours and how we're pushing productivity might not actually support this human dimension that we are trying to create, might not support productivity, and how the pandemic has really forced us to really look at what we are doing in terms of the way we work and why we work the way we work, and how in the pandemic it showed that productivity actually increased with remote working. But does that productivity mean that we are necessarily happier? And maybe not, actually, because productivity might have come at the expense of our social life. So I think I left with a lot of food for thought, thinking about how I'm going to work in my own workspace, and whether this hybrid work and hybrids of hybrids where you're maybe in the office but you're actually online, whether that's actually fostering any kind of connection and the human-centered part of our work life. Someone suggested that maybe in terms of connecting and groups and social events online, we could move to gaming as a solution. So I think I would like to thank the Career Connections for putting this together, because that, for me at least, it was the first time that I actually heard the solutions and questions and insights coming from this part of the world. Thank you. Over to you, Katerina.
Well, thank you so much. I think gaming is a great idea. I'd definitely be up for that one.
Yeah.
I think from my side, all that is left to say is that we are, of course, at the Global Peter Drucker Forum looking forward to continue those conversations that we've started today. And I see that a lot of you engaged in the chat as well. So feel free to post and tweet about it. And please feel free to join us in the upcoming events. On the 9th of June, we've got the Digital Summer Forum. And then in November, the 17th and 18th, we are going to be very happy to welcome, hopefully, a lot of you in Vienna for this year's Global Peter Drucker Forum. And with this, I say very much thank you from our side that we could be content partner in this beautiful endeavor. Thank you so much, Senna. Thank you so much, Sia and Neha and the whole team, all the techies and the team supporting in the background. It was a great joy for us to be part of this forum today. Thank you.
And sorry, I just wanted to add that there will be an opportunity to continue chatting. There will be a survey that is dropped in the the chat box. And also thank you, Katerina, for being such an amazing host, for keeping us, interacted and engaged and not so tired at the end of the day, end of a very long day. So I'll hand back over to you, Zia.
Thank you, Zena. Thank you, Katerina. Thank you for both being fantastic hosts today. We really appreciated you bringing it all together and being able to do this double play in such distance. It's been a fantastic day and a real pleasure to host all of you participants. And I'd like to thank the speakers, the chairs, and all the teams here in Career Connections and abroad in Europe that have worked tirelessly today and in the last few days of making this such a success. Putting this forum together has been quite unique, I think. We were looking right at the beginning of this when we saw the Peter Drucker Forum as an opportunity to bring international speakers and management thinkers in Kenya, business leaders together to create this richness. And what we saw today, I think, is really that achievement. The interweaving I saw and the interconnection between themes as I listened to all these different sessions where people were bouncing ideas around and connecting them, which I thought created a real richness and meaningful conversations in all of the sessions. So I hope that you found this day inspiring and thought-provoking. I certainly found it very unconventional and mind-opening, and a really valuable day for learning. But I hope that also what it's done is left you leaving here with lots of questions to take back to organizations to really challenge the status quo and to really start with intention for change in organizations, because this is where the work really now needs to begin. It's not just about great speeches, it's about intention and it's about action and the movement that we wanted to create by doing this. So on behalf of Career Connections, I would like to thank you for joining us for the first East Africa Management and Innovation Forum. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Feel free to unmute so we can actually say goodbye to each other.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you for a wonderful time.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Great job. Great job.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you in Nairobi and Vienna soon.
Yes.
Yes.
Karibu Kenya.
Karibu Kenya, exactly.
I mentioned it again. I'm making my way to Nairobi.
Yes.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
I hope so.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeleine.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amar. You did such